all of those are gone. So what I wasn't sure is if I should move them entirely or mark them.
Yes, sir. Thank you for my letter. You don't even know what I'm talking about. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
See what you say.
Oh, thank you. I wondered.
Said something today, and I said, I'm not sure we should have that conversation. But let me just send an email.
Politics is like
How you doing, my friend?
Good, sir. You doing okay?
How's the smell at the landfill?
It's it depends on the day. Getting better with the cooler weather.
I'll turn my mic on and just quickly review the agenda. We're going to talk with Rebecca Ryan and Tim Buck about our strategic plan process. We're going to talk.
Their mic is down there so they can't hear you.
Okay, is that better? All right. We're going to discuss the Leicester Highway Transit Route Extension. We're going to talk about the solar RFP on public facilities. We're going to have a Waste Pro update. Discuss an easement at the Lee Walker Heights property. And then we're going to have a discussion about our guidelines for nonprofit funding. Are there any other items that any commissioners want to discuss at the meeting this afternoon? All right. I need to make an announcement at 4 o'clock. I'm going to have to briefly step out for just a few minutes to take a call that is scheduled that could not be scheduled any other time. And Jasmine will facilitate during that time. Hopefully I'll just be gone for a minute or two. All right, let's get started. So first up, we've got Tim Love with us, and we've got Rebecca Ryan on the phone. So Tim, are you going to kick us off?
Yeah, very briefly. So thank you. We're doing a web conference today with Rebecca, and so I'm going to plug her in, and hopefully our technology will comply with us. And Lamar, were you just getting started?
I think she's ready whenever Brownie gets like a little bit closer.
Well, maybe I can share this screen with you.
Her voice is lowered since last time she.
Hey, Rebecca, can you hear us okay?
So,
Yeah, that sounds great. I couldn't hear Tim previously.
what I called the earlier alumni support.
Am I up?
Survey.
You're up.
All
All right, awesome. I trust that you got the briefing packet that I sent over the weekend. It looked like this, and there are several key discussion items. Commissioner Newman, can you confirm if you can see the slides that I'm showing right now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to give just a little.
She's like, yeah, she is. She's giving us her best stuff right now. We're not hearing a word of it.
Alright, I think this is better. We had if somebody else was in the meeting. I think so.
Good enough. All right, so to review where we've been, the last time we were together at our workshop in September, the first thing we did was we processed some additional trends that some of the commissioners had added. And on this slide, you can see how those trends matched up with the 4 focus areas that we're working on. I also want to make a note that when we go to the public for input and feedback, we would probably not be showing the driving trends on the strategy house, at least not on the first page of it, because we really want to get feedback on the goals, on focus areas, et cetera, and we don't want the driving trends to be a distraction. So this slide really is kind of for historical reference purposes to show how the trends that are impacting the future of the county drive in to these 4 focus areas. Then at our last meeting, we identified these wildly important goals. And the core question was, all right, if every department currently in Buncombe County operated at current levels, what's one area where change would have the greatest impact? And you generated a whole bunch of WAGs that were written in this way. They started with a verb. We were trying to move from X to Y, measuring based on output. We wanted these to be simple so that they could be easily understood and things that we could match up current and future investments and results. And then we reminded everybody to focus on what, not on how, but on what. So the WAG tallies that we ended up with, I need to just do a quick stop share and find this other document. The WAG tallies that we ended up with totaled 15, and these, do a screen share again here. You've got these for the second page of your handout. And the first thing I wanted to be able to visit with you about today is this is a potential clarification, a pretty significant possible misunderstanding. So I'm now showing you the the WIGs in the 4 focus areas. And when we tallied up the votes, and you'll remember commissioners had yes votes and no votes, and staff, department leaders had yes votes and no votes. And under vibrant economy, the current winner is to increase median income, to increase the median income in Buncombe County. But there may have been a significant misunderstanding. If you look at the second one under vibrant economy, increased sales tax 5% year over year, it had 11 staff no votes. And in talking with Commissioner Belcher, we think there may have been a misunderstanding. The intention of the WIG was to increase sales tax receipts, income, by 5% year over year.
Revenue.
Not that, right, revenue, not that the commission would, pass a law requiring additional sales tax. So this feels like a significant misunderstanding, and if that is the case, that the staff misinterpreted it, or even the commissioners misinterpreted it, we may want to go back and do another poll. Thoughts on that?
Well, you and I had a discussion about that, and at our table, it was very clear that what we were using this as a measure of increased spending in the county, and that increased spending is a direct indicator of a improving economy. You could use the word strong economy. You could use a lot of different terms, but by any metrics of any economist, it is clearly an indicator of growth. And I think that when I talked to you, that you, as you said, you thought that maybe that staff thought that we would be raising sales tax, and that's clearly not what it was. So, and I think got a nod from the chairman, probably get a nod from everybody else.
Any of the commissioners, just to kind of clarify, I mean, that's the way Commissioner Belcher just described it, was the way I thought of it. Are we all in agreement? This is about the economic growth, not
Yes.
increasing the tax rate on
Absolutely.
sales, right? Okay, Rebecca, I think we're all on the same page in terms of that's what the, I think that's the way we were hearing it. So if it needs to be clarified further, I think we're all on the same page about that's. It's not about raising the tax rate on sales tax.
Okay, sounds good. All right, very good. So we will go back to staff and clarify that. And, so that when you look at this could change which WIG shows up in vibrant economy because of that huge number of no votes in the staff area. So I'll report back as soon as we know more. But we do want to get this nailed down because we're planning on going to the public in the very near future for feedback on the wild import goals.
Yeah, we also talked a little bit about the challenge of median income, that there is challenge in that measurement. That doesn't necessarily mean everybody's doing well.
Right, exactly. Median is definitely a better metric than mean. Mean is just the gross average. Median throws up the top, throws up the bottom, and, counts it into the very center. So that is a better metric. But again, we'll sort of see where the staff ends up on that. All right, so coming back then to, my deck started over at the top. Let me get to your next slide here. So with that in mind, all of you with whom I met last week, we talked about the new 2025 goals were the top rated WIGs, and highlighted in red here were the parts of the WIGs that were the from X to Y, where we really started to think about what data points we would like to see measured over the next 5 years. So as you can see, not all of these have been completely sussed out. There are questions, for example, about what our starting point is and what our end point should be in 5 years, and we want to do that in a careful way. But all of the commissioners so far have agreed that when we go to the public, we're going to leave out the red fonted areas from the 2025 goals, because putting data in or having lack of data in some of these goal areas could sort of side rail conversations. People saying, oh, that's not the right goal. And what we really want is people's input on what the goals can be and what they should be. So today we've already talked about clarifying the increase in sales tax. I also want to talk about adding some WIGs from current commissioner priorities.
Rebecca, I apologize.
yeah.
Can you back up a slide, please?
Yes, sir.
Might just give a minute on some of the verbiage in the WIG's goals might not necessarily be where we end up. For example, in the bottom left where it says maintain the acreage of farm and undeveloped lands. I think most or all of the commissioners are concerned, I certainly am, about the amount of farmland that we have in Buncombe County and looking at ways that we can preserve that, and still, allow the growth that's necessary in Buncombe County. And the way that's written, it's kind of written like it would have to be exactly where it's at right now. And so, you might give, 30 seconds on the verbiage and some of those, and that's kind of a living document to an extent, right?
That's a really excellent point, and we're going to talk about this again a bit later. But the idea here is the commissioners have captured the spirit, I think, of what these WIGs can be. Now the question is how we refine them. Some of that is on you as the commission. Some of it is on staff to do a good job researching what the X to Y is and what it could be. And some of it is on the community, right? So one of the things that Commissioner Belcher and I talked about, and I think has been built into the engagement plan, is making sure, for example, that we have farmers and people who work in ag help us get that wording right. So yeah, it's a good point. It's a living document at this point.
Thanks.
You bet, absolutely. So at this point, I want to talk a little bit about how we sort of dock our current WIGs with other priorities that the commission has already identified. So on this house, I just used one example. So under the focus area of educated and capable community, in the dark blue boxes with the white font under the 2025 goals, you can see the two WIGs that emerged from our September workshop. Increase access for elderly to programs and services like mountain mobility, and assure all children have literacy skills they need. The Early Childhood Fund has put an even finer point on that second WIG, right, to increase third grade literacy rates. So I wonder how you as commissioners feel about some of the larger and more prioritized investments you've made and how we might dock those in here. One option would be sort of what I've just done, which is use a different color to indicate the things that are already being worked on by 2025. For example, I believe there's another goal around reducing the jail population, and we could dock that under resident well-being. That would do two things. One, it would show the public that the previous strategic priorities didn't just get thrown up in the air, but that they're reflected in these four focus areas. And it would allow, that would allow some continuity, but it also gives some validation for the things that you're already working on and how they drive up into these focus areas. I'm not attached to this at all, but several of the commissioners in our one-on-ones asked about this, wondered about it, and wanted to have some more reflection, like, are these the right WIGs? So I'll leave it to you.
Rebecca, just thanks for that. And this is something I'm very interested in looking at and kind of working together here and then with staff and certainly at the community level. Not just for the reasons you named, but even more foundationally, because I think the work we have underway in areas like early childhood, affordable housing, criminal justice, and response to opioid are in fact responding to trends playing out right now and do in fact reflect pretty significant stakeholder engagement processes in each case. And we didn't go about it quite this way, but we got there sort of a different way. So to me, it would feel like an exciting and very natural, not just natural, but really critical step in the process to kind of do that docking. And it feels also excitingly like each of the areas we're doing that really focused work on certainly includes sustainability and then renewable energy fits very naturally under the focus areas we've we've built into this house, so to speak. So I'm really excited about having that conversation, and to me, that feels like both a more, it feels like a really robust sort of picture, or more than picture, set of ideas to bring out into the community engagement sessions.
So, Rebecca, to me, what I like about, what I like about the process is the WIG, X to Y by when. As you know, the X to Y by when puts accountability in whatever these goals end up being. Our heart may tell us that we want to take care of the kids, we want to take care of the elderly, we want to do these things, and of course we do want to do this, but we're accountable to taxpayers to make sure that these are done in a practical and a responsible manner. And so when you do from X to Y and then you put the when on it, there's accountability there. And so, I'm very interested in that piece, because then this becomes more of a more than a strategy session. Actually becomes, strategic planning with clear metrics and measurements and accountability in it. Your thoughts?
I agree with you, and as I've been looking at some of the strategic priorities, for example, one of the concerns I have, I'm not concerned about the strategic priorities, but the WIG formula is really about outputs, right? So whatever we pull forward as a wildly important goal, as you said, from X to Y, those are the outputs, by 2025 in our case, working on a 5-year strategic plan. That's what I think we really have to zero in on if in fact we do want to dock some of these things together. And that requires, a conversation, because something, for example, increasing like slots in early childhood or just building more affordable housing, that's an input, not an output. So we would just want to be really thoughtful about how to think about the outputs, not just the inputs, but the outputs.
So do you foresee, just, like the Franklin Covey model, do you foresee specific dashboards for each of these WIGs?
That is where this should go. I mean, I see these WIGs as being something that not only help guide investment decisions, but that you want to be able to measure against, down the road.
All right, what else? What's next, Rebecca? Or what's
I guess what I'd like to know is if there's a general consensus around wanting to dock some of the other current initiatives happening, trying to find the WIGs in there that we feel could be measured between 2020 and 2025 or not, because this will require some effort before we go out to the public.
Yeah. I certainly agree. Anybody disagree that we want to take some of the existing priorities and fold them into this? I don't see anybody disagree with that. So.
I've got one last comment, Adam. I guess I drank too much caffeine today or something, Rebecca. I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure that that when we end up on our WIGs, that they're specifically, they're very clearly tailored to the entirety of Buncombe County, and that they don't look like, though they could have some components of, for example, the chamber or the 5x5 or, or Asheville's, priorities. They could have some components of it that it's just, I really hope that when people look at it, they can clearly just say, yes, that is clearly for the entirety of Buncombe County. And that's kind of where my mind and my heart is on the whole thing. So.
I appreciate that, and the reference on this particular slide to AVL 5x5 will be removed when it goes to the public. This is just an error on my part. I've been juggling so darn many of these versions of this that I missed it on this one. But yeah, that for sure will be taken out, and I appreciate your comment about it just being an inclusive process. Okay, a couple other things, maybe pretty quickly. We talked about docking the two things together and what's possibly missing. A couple of small refinements. Environmental stewardship, the recommendation was, since one of the ways is about greenhouse gases, to change the heading to environmental and energy stewardship. Commissioner Belcher already mentioned that we need some help getting the words right for maintain acreage of farmland. And I've talked with the staff, and we know that they have been built into the engagement process. And then the final question is around increasing public trust. One of the commissioners in our conversation said, you know, is this really something that we can control? You know, yes, we can control resident engagement, but the question was if that WIG was more of a reflex to the lack of public trust from the fraud and the scandal. And so, in good faith, I wanted to bring this to the commissioners as well.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a great point, Rebecca. I still, you know, I mean, increasing public trust will be an outcome of doing things the right way, right? So I think that we should, I mean, I'm not against having something that's sort of explicitly talking about, you know, something in, you know, about this issue, but in a way just kind of saying increase public trust doesn't feel quite right to me. To me, it seems more about wanting to create, you know, an organization that runs based on the highest ethical, you know, standards that we can. And if we do that, I think we'll earn trust, right? So to me, it's sort of about creating a culture of, you know, working based on the highest ethical principles. I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head, but it's sort of more about that, and I think the trust comes. But what are other commissioners' thoughts on this?
I think this is one area where I go along with what we have, increased public trust. Because folks, we got to remember, look at where we've come from and what we're still going through. And we've got to let the public know that we are serious about regaining the public trust. And when you look at the next 5-year plan, it'll probably take us that long to completely get it back. But I do think we can't ignore that, and we need to, I think it needs to stay in there.
I agree with Commissioner Whitesides. I think it needs to stay in there in some form or fashion. I'm not sure this is the right place for it because how do we measure it? I do think it needs to be in there, and I think if we're following the plan and meeting our outcomes and showing real results, it does start to build public trust. We give residents access to services, you know, accessible, transparent dashboards. A lot of that starts to come, but we can't measure it.
So let me just kind of piggyback on what Commissioner Edwards said there. You know, my concern with this has been the measurement part of it, but maybe it's possible, Rebecca, when in the sustainability plan, when there's discussion about the measurement and dashboards and the transparency associated with those dashboards, that maybe that's where, you know, we explain the purpose of that measurement and that transparency, that it is to increase public trust. In order for it to be a true WIG, it has to be X to Y by when, and that's kind of what makes that a little bit, you know, crazy. But certainly everybody agrees that our ultimate goal is to do that. I mean, that's what we want to be able to do. Maybe that's not a bad spot to kind of bring that out in the plan.
Well, we've been talking about public trust for 2 years now. It's got to be reworded some other way. I think you earn the trust instead of telling them that, trust me. I mean, so, figure it out.
Yeah, I land somewhat where Robert and Brownie are in terms of feeling like maybe there's some work to do on the wordsmithing of this. I can't come up with it in this moment, but I'm glad we're spending some time on this because it does feel like we're not quite capturing. And I think I think I sort of echo what I heard Brownie saying in terms of I think good ethical, transparent governance and county services that deliver are, you know, what we need to do, and those are the things that will build trust over time. And we'll do other things over time, not just build trust, serve people in other ways. So
it sounds like everyone wants, we want to have something that's talking about public trust and how we earn it. But it sounds like there's also interest in just kind of, yeah, how do we measure it and what's the right headline on this? So,
one thing, though, let's not lose track of, we got to remember, we are doing this for the average citizen. And let's make sure that they understand what we're doing. And it's something that we don't, we understand, and let's not take it for granted that they'll understand.
Well said.
Yeah. Okay, well, you've given me direction on this, and we'll take it back and work something through before and you'll have an opportunity to see it before we go to the public. But it sounds like it's critical and everything, this is a normal outcome of just doing great work, but maybe where it's placed or how it's worded should change. So I'll put that on my list.
great.
Just the final confirmation is, when these wigs go out to the public, as I mentioned, they will not have, when they go to the public, they will not have from X to Y by when, because we don't want that to be a distraction.
Good.
But we do want to ask the public, what does success look like in this wig? If they have suggestions on, what the data should be, or how to reword it, for example, with respect to the one that Commissioner Belcher was talking about earlier, preservation of farmland. So I need confirmation on that from you guys so that we can go and finish this next phase of work.
Rebecca, this is Jasmine. If we could actually just rewind for 1 sec. I had one more question I just wanted to sort of put on the table before you go into the final questions. Which was, I'm really glad we're having this conversation, and it's really the first time as a commission we're getting to discuss kind of the tallies that happened through that exercise, and really appreciated what that exercise did. But for peace of mind, I would find it helpful if we sort of did one more pass of the wigs that were created through that workshop, and just to see, do these all really feel like the wigs we want to be elevating as our top priorities in the next 5 years, assuming they will be supplemented by wigs reflecting our current strategic priorities where we have the most momentum. And I think just to start with where I land is, to me, all of these feel like really important things that we could focus on. And I'm not sure that if the question we were asking is, putting aside for a sec the strategic priorities, which I know will be addressed, I'm not sure if the question we were asking is, what are the other things we should definitively include in the next 5 years? I'm not sure in a few of these cases that this is where I personally would land. I'm just one voice among many, but I kept kind of coming back and having that gut check, and so I just wanted to sort of ask folks where they were in that process, and obviously, is there anything that feels like it's absolutely missing that also wouldn't be captured by the strategic priority work we've been doing? Or is there anything here that feels like, yes, that's good and important and a basic function of county service, but in the next 5 years, this isn't one of the sort of guide stars we want to elevate? And maybe the answer is no, but just for due diligence, wanted to go through one more process of asking that.
So let me, are you concerned, just have a brief question, and I got a comment. Are you concerned that you're missing something, or something missing? I mean, that's what I'm feeling from you.
Well, so specifically, when I read increased access for elderly to programs and services like mountain mobility, really important. I just wonder if there's a WIG that might be more salient for our elderly community, like decrease rates of certain conditions among elderly community, or if there's something that which we would do by increasing access to these programs, but there's actually a more salient, sort of precise piece in that one. So that's one I keep coming back to, is it feels like this, of course we want to do something around serving our elderly community members, but I'm not sure that just increasing access to the programs quite hits the nail on the head of what that is.
Okay, so here's my comment, and I don't, as Commissioner Whiteside said, I don't want us to be, talking way over the head of, I mean, we got to drill this down to where the average person who's not been through Franklin Covey or whatever, can understand it. But could you speak just a moment to lead measures and lag measures, and are you going to be using those? Because of some of the things that Commissioner Farrar is talking about will probably show up as measurements. Am I way off base on that or not?
Yeah, you are, and we haven't even entered, into that zone yet. I'm sorry to turn this back on you, but Commissioner Belcher, do you want to talk a little bit about how Franklin Covey does lead versus lag measures, so that folks can get of how we will look at progress moving forward?
I mean, I don't want to get into a long conversation of it, but it's basically, part of some of the things that we're concerned about. I'm thinking are going to come up in the measurements and be part of how we achieve that WIG and those things that we're looking at. So in layman's terms, I mean, that's pretty much the way I understand, those measures. Is that close? I've slept since I've done some of this. So.
I know that's not true. The idea is that you want to, put your investments in the lead measures, right? And then the lag will tell you if it worked or if it didn't. So we're not quite there yet, because the WIGs focus on from X to Y by when, and then we've got to start drilling into that thing and what are the things that are going to tell us if we're going to get there, right? So it's a little more than I had scheduled or planned for today. I'm trying to think about how it can be the most useful.
But I would think just answer, or Commissioner Farrar's concern, which I was thinking some of the measures would probably do that, because we can drill these WIGs to death. To me, it seems if we can just get the language on them, to where we're comfortable with them, and we're probably really pretty close.
It's interesting too, because I think the other thing that solves for is some of the previous strategic priorities. I think there is language in some of those things around some of the leading measures that produce the lagging outcome. And so it might be, again, kind of under that notion of docking the two things together. I think I can work directly with you, Commissioner Beachford, because I think it's going to help solve those two issues, talking more about this.
Maybe what I'm saying, and anyone else can jump in, is as simple as maybe there's a little bit more, I would think maybe we could do a little more work on the elderly WIG, the IG serving elderly folks, in the same way we will around the public trust one.
Yeah, and the farmland.
And the farmland one.
Yeah.
So maybe what I'm saying is as simple as that, but also wanting to hear if there's anyone else on commission who has anything else where they want to kind of raise a flag before we move to the next step in the process.
I think each of the goals needs more discussion in terms of exactly what we're saying, right? I mean, especially if these are just these headlines, and we want to make sure that they're capturing as well as you possibly can when you're summarizing some big complicated issue into like something that's not a whole lot more than another paper. So let's make sure we got like as good as they can be. And I think each of these probably warrants that some more. I mean, just as an example, I've got opinions about the greenhouse gas one. I'm glad we have one, but I don't think that's the exact right language. And the expand and maintain cultural and recreational assets. Well, that's pretty broad, right? Like, I'm not really sure what that even need, like, if I just said that, I don't think most people would know, like, oh, they're gonna do these kinds of things. It's just so, I think each one of these big, kind of goals probably needs a little more thought about what are we really trying to say with this point. But I think the topics are good. I just think it's kind of about, again, sussing out the language to make sure it's the best we can do.
Well, they're not wigs yet. Part of that is getting the specific language right. And to the chairman's point, I think I've mentioned this before, I don't want these to be national headlines or national buzzwords or whatever. These need to be Buncombe County, clearly defined, wildly important goals that we care deeply about, that are measurable. There you go. That's right.
All right. All right. Rebecca, any other feedback you need from us today?
No, I think Saturday is our first engagement process, and, we're going to be hustling to take the recommendations that you've suggested to us and get sign off one more time. Like, these are the things that we're going to go to the public with. And I guess what I would just ask is, if we're in the ballpark, if we're in the spirit of what we talked about in September, to just give us a little bit of leniency, because the engagement process is going to also, be another whole source of data and input, so that when we come back together in November, we're going to have a much cleaner and more organic representation of these wigs. That's what I would ask.
Yeah, so I think it sounds good, and I think, so just obviously be emphasized to the public that the public understands this is very much a work in progress. And so we expect to talk further about the language, and I think we've got a lot of the right topics on the table. It's really just kind of the nuance of exactly how we want to talk to them and what exact benchmarks and kind of stuff. So, any other comments from commissioners? All right, Rebecca, thanks for your help on this, and we look forward to
Thanks, everybody.
working with you moving forward. All right, take care.
Same here. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. Next up, we get Matt Cable here. Hi, Matt. And come on over and talk to us about the Art Lester Highway transit application.
Back says, pulling it up, there it is, a presentation for you. So the item before you is information about the Art Lester Highway Transit Extension, as you've mentioned. If you'll recall, back in December of 2018, I came before the board and gave a presentation just informing the board about the city's recently adopted Transit Master Plan. And this Transit Master Plan is intended to be a guide for the city of Asheville as it looks to shape and define where bus service will be going in the future. That plan was adopted in July of 2018. As I mentioned, I came before you in December just to give you an update and information generally about what that plan contained and some of how it would impact and interact with services that we provide in terms of public transit. The implementation of this plan, according to the city staff, is to begin January 5th of 2020. So they're actually going to begin implementing aspects of this plan on that date. And so part of that implementation included an item which we did present information on generally in December, but it included an expansion of an existing route and service further out Lester Highway. And so the city has formally communicated a request for some funding support from Buncombe County, with the purpose being to extend the existing W4 route, which is going to be part of a combined west-east 1 route that would go beyond the city limits. So these would be miles operating outside of the city's jurisdiction. This was based on a recommendation from the Transit Master Plan. The request for funding would support service that would start on January 5th, as I mentioned. It would be a 2-mile extension of the existing route service. There will be 4 additional sign stops. The operating hours are listed there. They vary Monday through Saturday versus Sunday service, which is more constrained and limited. And according to the master plan, that particular loop, that extension of 1 mile, would serve an additional 690 residents and is estimated to serve 190 different employment opportunities or jobs along that corridor. This is a map from the actual master plan which shows the general location of the routing. The current route ends just prior to Lester Highway's intersection with Old County Home Road. And the extension will be adding a loop along Old County Home Road and then coming back onto Lester Highway. So you can see the route there. For more reference.
So let me comment on that route. One, can you go back? Knowing that area out there, that is a great route for this. That is a very impactful 1 mile that we're doing.
And they have proposed 4 stops. So the city's fixed route service does stop at designated locations, so I wanted to point out where those would be. But also, just to give you a perspective of some of the locations surrounding that route that might be of interest, or points of kind of locating where the route extension was proposed. There would be a stop at the base of the entrance of Irwin Middle School. And then also there's an elderly apartment complex, Villas at Fallen Spruce. There's an additional apartment complex further out Lester Highway. So this gives you kind of an idea of where those locations are. And you can see clearly that all of the route extension is outside of the city's limits. And for further perspective, so the orange mapping here would be kind of what one might anticipate a citizen would utilize to walk, maybe to access these points. This is just conjecturing how that might actually work. The issue that you'll see in this area, one, this is a kind of a distance of those mapped routes, so you can get an idea about how far away a citizen would travel. One is that there is a lack of pedestrian infrastructure, so there aren't sidewalks. You're not going to find a lot of crosswalks in that area, so you imagine people will be using other means, not necessarily traveling along the road corridors to get where they can get. But this gives you an idea of the general distance from the proposed stops to some of those locations based on what would seem to be a reasonable route to use. In a traditional fixed route service, industry standards and kind of operating knowledge indicates that most people are willing to travel about a quarter mile on a regular basis to access transit. That's a pretty standard distance, up to a half a mile. And so you can see that the middle school and high school are definitely within that quarter to half mile range, as are the Villas at Fallen Spruce and the Carmel Ridge apartments. So that's giving you some perspective on distance there from the existing stops. Some of the other locations are kind of on that upper end, West Buncombe Elementary, Evelyn Intermediate School, and the Williams Baldwin Teacher Campus. So they're on that upper end of what might be a reasonable travel time. But with access to transit, you can't always rule that out necessarily. But again, wanted to give you kind of an idea of where the routing is located, what's approximate to it, and general distances from those locations to the proposed stops. So the city did provide information on their funding request. So basically what they are asking for is funding support for the period from January 5th, 2020 through June 30, 2020, so it's that 6-month operating window. And here it is the number of trips the vehicle itself would make, not the number of people riding, but the trips that the vehicle would make, the time that it takes that vehicle to perform the service, because all of their costs are driven by vehicle revenue hours, so it's all based on the time the vehicle's in operation, and then the rate that they're currently paying the operating contractor. And so that's how they arrived at the request of $28,934. I would point out that that's the 2020 request, so it's that 6-month period again. They did include in that information what they anticipated a future year request would be. It would be around $61,000 to $62,000 for fiscal year 2021. So if the county were to support this with funding and then wish to continue to support that route with funding, it would be at an increased cost because you're operating in a full year. The annual cost would increase annually, so you would imagine that each year that cost would increase. And that any kind of infrastructure beyond a route stop sign, so this is the transit stop, there's a sign saying this is an ART stop, would be at an additional cost, and they would be requesting support for that if that were warranted, should the county have interest in supporting that expansion.
So that's about a 2.5% increase.
Right, and so in that next fiscal year, and we have a complex relationship, we've talked about that before, where we provide ADA complementary paratransit, so they would be evaluating that. The city pays us for that service, but they would also then assume some sort of increased cost for that provision of service, that they would now be in an expanded area. So it gets a little bit more complicated in a future fiscal year, but it would be a minimum twice what you're looking at in this year, plus an increase based on their operating contract and possible ADA paratransit costs. And so the intention at this point would be to bring back this item to the board for formal consideration at a future meeting. There are funding options if there is interest in pursuing this and providing the funding support, including rescinding some grant funds. So we have access to certain grant funds that we can rescind that access to the city, where there wouldn't actually have to be transfer of funds between the two governments. The other thing that I think is important to point out is that there would be opportunities for monitoring of how this is performing, including ridership volumes, on-time performance. That's often a concern about how rides are performing. And this is part of a bigger systematic change for the city. So their goal is to improve their services at that January 5th date by doing a number of things. But again, part of that is the opportunity for this expansion if the county had interest in funding support.
Matt, a question I have, I think this is great, the route, but when did you know you would need this 28,000?
So the city, they included in their plan that this was an option. And so in September, they began formalizing the date at which they would begin implementing and communicating to staff kind of preliminarily, hey, we'd like to do this expansion. We would want to do this January 5th if the county has interest. And at that point, our response was, when would you need to have information from the county about our interest in doing that to allow that to roll out on January 5th? Because obviously it's an operational change, so they're going to have some advance notice. But the turnaround has been fairly quickly, and part of that's because they're looking at, from their side, all of the budgetary costs that they're going to incur and trying to assess all of that for a January 5th implementation.
Oh, the reason I said that, it would have been helpful if we'd known this at budget time. Now, for next year, it's fine. You know, we know in plenty of time. But this is like affordable housing and some other things. Sometimes it seems like that we're the last minute. They remember, oh, we can go to the county for funds. That's all I'm pointing out. Just give us a heads up so that we can include this in the budget and handle it the way we should, handle it. But I'm all for it. I think it's needed. It's past it. But I just think that we need to be aware that we have the budget constraints just like the city. We'd like to take that into consideration.
Commissioner, thank you for that point. I do agree that this is off cycle from budget, but I do want Matt to explain a little bit about the funding options that we have. This would not be coming from general fund. This would not be asking the county to appropriate more funds from general fund. There's a grant conversation that he mentioned briefly. If you can just take 2 more minutes to just talk about that. This is not general fund money, so we're not going back to the county's tax.
Okay. Yeah, the other thing, I want to make a point because I'm a little confused. We have had this presentation before because I remembered this amount. And I actually thought it was, was in the budget, but it wasn't.
So the question did come up.
We had a discussion about it.
Yes, the question did come up, and we did know that there's a master plan coming forward, but we did not put the actual cash in fund balance because we know that there was grant funds available. We do have funds available in the county's budget if we needed to do this, but because there's grant funds available, we thought that was a better route instead of using the tax dollars from the county. So,
May I speak?
Yeah.
In this first leg of the $28,000, we need to know what the ridership is. I don't care what the numbers are. I want to know how many people ride the bus. I live, put back up on the screen where you go up to Lida Home. Bring it all the way back down to Lida Home. Okay. Where it goes up the hill to the Lida Home, I used to live in a house across the street. all the houses from there all the way to basically the school now are businesses. They're not homes any longer. So it could be a benefit, but first you have to understand what the ridership is before you waste the money. You can put out 600,000 or 100,000 or whatever you're talking about. That's just a number. The people get on that bus is the real count. So, you know, the budget in the city on their bus deal, when Lonnie Blair ran it about 6 years ago, was $28 million a year. Now it's at $58 million a year. So they're not doing a very good job. If you go to Oakley, there's a road that they took a bus off of, and now the old people that's on that road have to walk to Fairview Road to be able to catch the bus. So they're not doing a very good job and standing here asking us for this money. I understand some of that because I was over there before I come over here. And, you know, I want numbers of people that ride the buses in the first 28,000. If it's not that many people, then we don't need to be paying $12 a person to ride a bus. Thank you.
Yeah, just to chime in, I want to say thank you for this presentation, and this feels like a great action step following up on several years of conversation both with you and getting updates from the city's master transit planning process about really how the county can be strategically partnering with the city to expand services to exactly those places where we know data shows us there's demand and need. This is an issue I hear about really frequently from folks across the county, honestly, as we see more and more folks moving to places outside the bus lines but needing access to public transportation. So I'm very excited to see us talking about this today. Look forward to the vote on November 5th and hope this will be the first of other opportunities we'll have to make targeted strategic investments in ways to expand access to public transit. So I just want to say thank you for the work in this. I know that this is an outgrowth of a lot of work you and others put in to make sure the county was part of master transit planning process and think about how we can build those bridges more effectively. So thanks.
And just to revisit the funding, I didn't want to leave that behind. So the county does have access to 5307 funds. Those are federal dollars that flow through the city of Asheville. In that relationship, we're a subrecipient of the funding. So we receive it under the city's programming. And so we do have the opportunity, and that agreement for the funding and how that flows allows us the opportunity to rescind funds. And by that I mean, instead of exchanging a dollar for services that we might offer each other, you can actually rescind grant funding. So if an example would be if you had access to $200,000, you could say, we want to retain access to $170,000 for use for programs we are going to operate, but rescind $30,000 to the city to operate X and Y. And so you would spell out specifically what that rescission is for and document it and retain access to the other grant funds. And so that's a process that we can use to, one, provide those kind of operations if that's the desire, but two, to prevent the exchange of funding unnecessarily between agencies and the outside of that workflow. But again, all those decisions would be coming before the board, especially for an expansion of an operation using that kind of a tool or mechanism. So it's not necessarily looking for for general fund dollars, but exchanging or allowing the city to use grant funds that we would have had first bite at for our purposes.
But if we're going to use that tool to rescind whatever amount that would be, it would be clear, it would be voted on in here, and it would be very clearly documented where that money and that purpose would benefit that Buncombe County. For our discussion, what we're talking about is rescinding money to the city based on a grant that we would receive that money would benefit outside of the city limits. Is that what, right?
Correct. And the other piece, speaking to that, and it's something that staff, I think would want to reiterate here, is that we're aware that it will be important for us to understand how these stops are performing, what the ridership of the overall route looks like, how our stops perform, the stops that we're supporting with funding would perform compared to other stops. And we would specify with the rescission to the city that we would want monthly reporting from them on ridership trends at the stops for the whole route, on their performance statistics, because they're monitoring their contractor as we would to ensure that they're getting the best possible service delivery. But as you mentioned, if the routes aren't performing, if the stops aren't generating ridership, is the investment something that you want to continue? So we would be monitoring that and bring that, of course, back in any future cycle or consideration.
All right. Thanks so much, Matt. Look forward to taking this up at the next commission meeting for decision. All right. Commissioners, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, I've got to step out to take a brief phone call, so I apologize for that. I'll be back in just a moment. But next up is we're going to have a discussion of the Solar on Public Facilities RFP, and Jeremiah Leroy will be walking us through that. As with the last item, there's no action being taken on this today, but it's just a preview of what we'll be discussing at our regular meeting. All right.
Max has a presentation ready. Okay, as Commissioner Newman mentioned, we're here to just talk about solar on public facilities. We're not requesting any action today, just an update of where we are and what we anticipate seeing here in the next few months. So just some quick background. Obviously, the Commission knows we have a 100% renewable energy goal for county operations by 2030 and for the broader community by 2042, and that the renewable roadmap planning process that we went through recommended aggregated solar as a means of helping to achieve that goal. So the county is looking to collaborate with local public organizations, city, county, AV Tech, school systems, etc. Just some very brief updates on progress in terms of energy efficiency. We've done 1.2 million kilowatt hours of energy efficiency projects, saving the county about $45,000 a year. We've got some ongoing LED upgrades, and of course the 5 megawatt solar farm at the retired landfill. I gave you guys a brief update on that last time, but Commissioner Whiteside had a specific question about when construction was expected, and right now that timeline is right around Q3 of 2020 for the construction for that to start. And of course, what we're here to talk about today is future projects. Solar on county facilities, identified approximately 1.2 megawatts worth of projects, and the combined effort of those projects with the solar farm would represent approximately 25% of the county's internal goal, just as a frame of reference. So step one, analyze the facilities. County has over 83 buildings, so we went through every single one of them. And we worked with facilities and maintenance, we worked with city and county staff, looking at some basic key indicators for what makes the most sense when you're talking about solar. What type of roof is it? How old is it? What condition is it in? Does it still have a warranty? Is there shading? What's the orientation of the building? What's the building's energy intensity? Interconnection challenges, infrastructure, that sort of thing. Sort of funneling these buildings through this lens so that we can narrow these things down. Looking at structural engineering is something that has to happen when you're going to put solar on a roof anyway. You have to get a stamp from a structural engineer saying it can handle that extra load. And once it's sort of passed through all of these things, we look at the actual preliminary design of the solar. What would it look like? How big would it be? What would those energy impacts be? And then, of course, once we know about that system size, we can look at the financial impact. We can give some pretty basic budget estimates. And then once we have the budget, we can estimate a return on that investment. So just a quick update on the partner sites. City of Asheville has also completed this analysis. They've got about 10 sites with about the same capacity. AV Tech has requested analysis of 3 of their sites. They're only looking at parking lot canopies. I actually included a picture of one in case folks didn't know what that meant. It's not something we see a lot in this area, but it's canopy systems you park underneath. About 1 megawatt of capacity. But there's potential for other systems at AV Tech. We're talking to them about those as well. So the results of our analysis internally for the county came up with, out of our 83 buildings, these were the 14 sites that were identified as the most viable to put solar on. Several libraries, a couple of canopy systems at potentially the parking decks to look at. The only thing I would point to in this is that number 5 and number 6, the College Street parking deck, and 35 Woodfin, the Stanley Center next door here, we would not be actually putting solar on the roof of the Stanley Center. We would be potentially building a canopy system on the deck and then tying it to the meter at the Stanley Center to offset that electrical load there. The parking deck doesn't use a lot of electricity, the Stanley Center does. So it would make a lot more sense to do it that way if we were to move forward with that project. preliminary budgets. These are in order from least expensive to most expensive. Obviously, it totals about $2.9 million for all of these projects combined. System size, again, was about 1.2 megawatts. I know that's kind of a busy slide, but if you have any questions, please let me know. Levelized cost of energy. This is a concept I just wanted to introduce very briefly because it's one that we use a lot when we're talking about energy producing systems. So we typically look at things like simple payback when it comes to energy projects. It costs $1,000, it saves you $100, it pays for itself in 10 years, and it's a simple way to look at it. When you're talking about solar, energy costs that you pay to Duke Energy don't tend to go down over time, they tend to increase. And so this is a way of looking at energy in terms of the long-term lifespan of an energy producing system. So it includes capital that it takes to build it, as well as the operation and maintenance of that system over its lifetime. So the levelized cost of energy for these combined projects averages about 5 cents a kilowatt hour. To give you some frame of reference there, we currently pay on average about 9 cents a kilowatt hour to Duke. So there is obviously over the long term a significant gap, and we did use a cost escalator over the lifespan of the 30 years that these projects are expected to be in place of about 3% annually.
So but we're gonna pay for them for 20 years, is that right? If we go borrow $3 million, we're gonna pay for it for how long?
The financing mechanisms we haven't really gotten that far.
I was looking at, Don, typically it would be a 20-year debt. At $3 million, it would be less. We wouldn't have that out to 20 years. But as Jeremiah is about to talk about, we have not decided how we would fund these projects, whether it be debt or financing through the investor. So.
Okay, so the only reason I mention that is if it's financed for 10 years, 20 years, 15 years, whatever the term is, that needs to be part of our calculation when we're looking at the cost too. I understand the 0.05 very clearly.
Sure.
But, we need to have an actual cost.
Absolutely.
When we're looking at it.
Absolutely, and that's totally fair. And I'll actually address that a little bit later on. That 3% escalator, by the way, we felt was actually a fairly conservative estimate. Duke has actually increased utility rates 6% in 2018, and they're asking for another 5% in 2020. So that 3% is actually fairly low, so we feel pretty good about how those cost savings run out over time. That leads us to...
Jeremiah.
Yes.
Can you back up?
Yes.
What was it, 16 buildings?
Oh, sure.
14 buildings.
14 total sites.
How long would it take to finish off 14 of them?
Well, we've actually, and I actually will address that in a later slide, but we're looking at multiple options for how we could potentially either finance this, do it as a...
No, I mean install, say financing is there.
Correct.
Of having it finished.
Optimistically, I could say probably 18 months if we were to be prepared to pay for it all at once.
Yeah.
That's
really, 18 months for 14 buildings.
Yeah.
We've got 80-something. How can we do it in 11 years from now, every building?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Does that make it? I might be misunderstanding. We're wanting to be by 2030, 100% on 84 buildings, right?
Oh, no, sir. No, I don't think that the idea would be to necessarily have solar on every single building. It wouldn't necessarily make sense for every single building.
So 100%, explain that then to me.
Sure, there would be a number of ways to offset our energy use that don't necessarily involve putting solar or renewable energy on a facility. What we would be looking at is additional options for how we purchase power. So, for example, right now, obviously, we just have Duke Energy, and we don't have any other options. We're working with the utility company to potentially look at ways to buy third-party green energy through various means. So we would be able to offset some of our electricity use through power purchase agreements, through other mechanisms like that. So, yeah, I mean, if what you're asking is, can we put solar on 83 buildings? The answer is probably not, for a variety of reasons. Some of them just aren't structurally sound, some of them may need a new roof, some of them, frankly, just have a lot of shade and don't make a lot of sense. And I'm not cutting down trees to put up solar a lot of times. That's not something I don't think our community necessarily wants. So there's a variety of ways that we'll try and reach that 100% goal that aren't strictly...
And how many buildings would we be looking at that you would need it to get to 100%?
I don't think you could get to 100% strictly by putting solar on county facilities.
Okay, so you're looking at the landfill, we're looking at everything.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's got to be a variety of ways to get there. And putting solar on county buildings is a good step, and it shows, I think, leadership in that space. But I don't think that you reach 100% just by putting solar panels on buildings. So we'd have to look at things like the landfill is a great example of a utility scale size project that can help us reach our goal without putting solar on a building. So that makes sense.
It's not in place yet either.
It's due for construction in next year.
Huh?
It's set to start construction next year, quarter 3 of 2020.
Okay. Are you talking about buying carbon credits?
No, sir, not at this time. Okay. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Okay, so this is just some of that return on investment we were talking about. So each of these is, I'm sorry, this is kind of a busy slide, but I wanted you to have all this information. It's 1 year savings from each project, and then lifetime savings from each project. The simple payback of those projects, just because I know that that's something folks want to see, and then that 30-year levelized cost of energy that we discussed before. So total, you're looking at a 1 year savings in the first year of about $111,000 if all projects were implemented at once, and a $4.7 million cost savings over the lifespan of those projects.
So on some of it, we're paying
Turn your mic on, Joe.
So some of them that we're paying .09 now, we'd only be dropping it to .072. So it's not a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, some of these, the ones you're looking at specifically there at the bottom are canopy projects, which are significantly more expensive, and they do take significantly longer to pay for themselves because they're much higher end projects.
Yeah, I don't know that, I'm not against solar energy at all, but I travel a lot, and I have seen some of the ugliest applications of solar energy on farmland, on buildings. I mean, and we have to be really careful with this because it's a great, renewable source. The application of it, we just have to be careful.
This is essentially, my wonderful friends at Performance Management put this together for me, and I'm sorry that it's a little bit small and hard to read, but there's a list ranking on the left-hand side here, just putting those projects in categories of sort of the lowest investment and the highest return versus the highest investment and the lowest return, sort of ranked. And again, you'll see that those canopy systems that are significantly more expensive do end up being at the bottom of that list. So this is just a sort of a simple overview of it. Total cost without rebates of $2.9 million, 30-year utility savings of 4.7 with a net savings of 1.8 million. I also wanted to be remiss not to mention the fact that the cost savings is a part of this, but obviously we're doing this for other reasons, and some of the environmental impacts would be really positive for us. It would be approximately 1,100 metric tons of CO2 that we'd be preventing, and that doesn't mean a lot to folks, so I put some of those equivalents up there that people like to see. It's equivalent to approximately 1.2 million pounds of coal being burned, and that's every year for 30 years. So it's a significant carbon offset for us as well. So just a little bit more about the RFP itself. These requests would be for, obviously, construction on facilities and land. They would be turnkey solutions. We're trying our best to do as much of the upfront work as we can so that bidders will simply be able to look at the project and give us a price. So we're looking for turnkey solutions for cost of installation, operation, and maintenance. As we spoke about earlier, the option to potentially award this in multiple phases depending on what those financing mechanisms might be. And obviously including the request for alternative construction plans. If someone has a better idea they'd like to pitch us, we're certainly willing to listen. If they have additional options for things like energy storage that they'd like to pitch us, we're certainly willing to listen to that. And we're also very interested in requesting every option we can get in terms of the financing of this. What does it look like to own it? What does it look like to lease? Because solar leasing is an option in North Carolina now. What does it look like for private financing versus installer financing? You know, we'd like all of those options on the table so that we can evaluate what makes the most sense for us. It will require a performance and payment bond. That's just a mechanism we use to ensure that bidders have the financial capacity to handle projects of this size. And the expectation that these would be a 30-year useful life of these installations. So the next steps for us, we've got to do some additional site analysis on some of our partner sites. The school systems, Buncombe County Schools and Asheville City Schools have just recently confirmed their commitment to be a part of the RFP, so we've got some work to do in analyzing the sites available that they're going to tell us they'd like to look at, and then continue to develop the language of the RFP itself. We've got a draft in place that we're using some standard templates, but we're collaborating obviously with city and county purchasing departments to put that together. And then here's our very rough timeline. We'd like to come back to the board in November just to request permission to issue the RFP officially. We'd like to have all of our site analysis done for all of our partners by the end of the calendar year and be prepared to actually issue the RFP in January, which would put us in March to potentially come back to the board to say, here's what we got from bidders, this is where we think we should go with this, and optimistically in spring we could actually start construction and get some boots on the ground. Any questions? Got through it as quick as I could. All right. I'll sit over here just in case there are any questions.
All right. So this will be on the agenda for the take up there. All right. No questions at this time? All right. All right, Jeremiah, thank you so much. We'll keep moving. I've now put my agenda somewhere else. So our next item is the Waste Pro update. Hey, Dane, how are you?
Hey, how's everybody doing this evening?
Good.
Thank you. Good to see everybody. A lot of important information to go over, but to be conscious of time, we will keep good cadence. And pull up the power. Of course, we were talking about the residential waste and recycling collections contract in the unincorporated areas of Buncombe County. And want to provide an update on the contract and the status where we are now in the implementation of the new contract. And Chip Jingles is here with us today as a co-presenter to discuss some of the rollout updates. So a little background, September 10th through the 12th was the first communication point that existing subscribers received via postcard from Waste Pro, and that indicated the deadline for cart selections. The county, in that same time frame, published an article on County Center Facebook, and Nextdoor. And as you are familiar, we received feedback during that time frame from subscribers and citizens. And we wanted to work. The last regular meeting that this board had, we had some good feedback. We had questions from this board. We had comments from the general public, and we went to work to try to summarize and formalize some of the information that we received. And Waste Pro sent postcard notifications to approximately 28,000 subscribers. And the total estimated, and we'll put an asterisk with that, we don't have a formalized tracking system in place. This was Heather Blaylock, the saint that she is at our office, helping us track that information, understanding who the person was that was calling, their location, their address, and understanding what, if it was a complaint or a concern, what that was regarding, so that we could document that and track that. And as well as the clerk's office, Lamar, and the folks there, thank y'all for helping with the questions and the feedback that you guys received. And the Let's Talk calls. So total, that was approximately 340 on the call side, which is the left side of your left side table on this slide. And on the right side is the online contacts, which were the Let's Talk, the web contact commissioners, how are we doing in Facebook medias, and that total 54. So a total estimated around 394 contacts, which represents approximately 1.4% of the individuals that actually received the initial communication via postcard. So, working with Waste Pro and understanding how many subscribers have signed up with the cart selection process at this point, and that number is at approximately 20,000. This is as of October 10th. And so that leaves about 8,000 customers that it's difficult to say that, reading through the information, are they thinking, well, I'm going to get defaulted the 96 gallon anyhow, so I don't need to take any further action, or is there something else that's causing them to pause? So Waste Pro, we've talked through with them. They're going to make concentrated efforts to touch base specifically with the remaining 8,000 subscribers that they have not heard from. So that will help get an understanding of where these folks are in their thinking through with the carts. And other numbers that we asked for from Waste Pro, new subscribers through this time frame in September was the count was 300. Those are folks that were not previously subscribers. Those are new sign-ons basically to the service, and the cancellation number was at 232.
So just a quick question for Chip. Does that 8,000 surprise you, that just hit the default button? My guess is it doesn't.
It's really a pretty good turnout.
Is it? That's about right. Yeah, 20,000 people specifying the cart, to me, sounds like a pretty good number.
Yeah, we feel like that was encouraging. But there we go. So breaking down some of the information that we gathered and understanding some of the basis of concern or complaints, we worked to create this spreadsheet based on the county concern analysis. And these are some of the counts that you saw earlier. Obviously, we did incorporate some double counts. We know for sure that some folks contacted Lamar's office, they contacted our office. They were calling different folks, different areas. But we kept that number there. And a lot of folks were actually calling our office to say, I want the 64 gallon and the 96 gallon. So we did get a lot of that as well, but we counted those. With the concerns by issue, the price increase too expensive was the top as far as frequency for what we heard feedback on from residents. And as you can go down through the line there, lack of information, misunderstanding information, unable to contact Waste Pro. And those are things as we do this overlay are the communication pieces that we heard feedback from the board, we heard feedback from the community. Those are things we're talking about a little bit later on in this discussion as far as ways that we're working with Waste Pro, our PR team, working together for effective communication and making sure that we're getting next phase information out in a timely manner and making sure that those communications are clear. So talking about some of the concerns that we discussed that were identified, price concerns, we've talked in depth about the pricing. We fully understand that continuing the current contract would have resulted in a larger increase. Waste Pro's asked for 2 price increases in a 10-year period with the current contract, so that's certainly below the inflationary indexes. And obviously on the price side, the option that folks certainly have is to self-haul their material to the transfer station or landfill. Now we get into the bear-resistant cart option. I know members of the board, you've heard feedback on this. We have, Waste Pro has. So we heard that. We touched base with Waste Pro. We've been working with Waste Pro Chip and his group on identifying the concerns that we heard with the bear-resistant option. So as it is now in the contract, the current contract, effective January 1st, the bear-resistant cart is a purchase period right now. That's the way it is now. It's $300 to purchase the bear-resistant container. So working with Chip and his group on what an option is, this is where we come in with the or, big OR with an underline, or we consider a leasing option that is $9.50 a month surcharge on top of the $19.21, and that would remove the purchase option for folks. So it's purchase and then or lease option at $9.50 a month additional, but with the leasing option, we understand there are a lot of folks that have purchased bear cars now. That's their personal assets, they've invested in that. So with the lease program, if it's I forget that one, a certified bear resistant container, CIGB? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. IGBC. So there is an association actually certified. It's cool. You need to go watch the video on that.
Of course there is.
These are very smart bears. So those are the qualifying containers that would be qualifying for a applicable trade-in. So that trade-in program would effectively, for folks that have those containers, if they choose, again, it's their asset, if they choose to trade that in, it's a qualifying container, that would reduce their monthly payment to $575 a month, and that's for the 5-year base term. So, and I do want to point out, and Chip will discuss this here in just a second, there are timeline and schedule impacts if we go this route. So I would like to bring Chip up and discuss some of the schedule impacts on this.
Good afternoon. As far as Dana was talking about with the scheduling impact, we feel that if we want to offer the lease option for the county residents, then what we would need to do is send a notice out to all of the residents, letting them know that there has been this change and you do have this option. We learned a lot throughout this process. So, we've talked along with the staff here as to how we would roll that out. Not everybody at one time, but we would do it in phases so we could get the message out, because there may be residents that felt that investing $300 or $600 in containers was too much, but that a lease option is more affordable. So there are some advantages to a lease option, as opposed to just purchasing a container. If you purchase a container, that becomes yours, or that becomes your container, you're responsible for it. If you lease a container from us, then we maintain that container. So if the lid stops functioning properly or something of that nature, then we would either come out and repair it or swap it out. So to do that though, one big lesson that we learned is, the county residents would need time to make an informed decision. So this would be, we estimate a 3 to 4 week delay in the process. So we'd have to prepare, let the residents know, and give them time to offer feedback. And that's only if they're interested in the bear-resistant container. So, approximately now, it seems like a lot, but we really do not have many people that signed up for the bear-resistant container. I think it's fewer than 100 the last time I looked actually signed up for it currently.
You're going to have to send it to every one of them?
Yes.
Not the 100, but 28,000?
Yes.
So question or suggestion, please only mention the bear cart. Don't mention any of the previous information. Don't provide any of the other costs associated with it, because it's going to confuse them to death. Just a bear cart. You want a bear cart? Keep it in the bear cart world.
Yes.
Because you're sending 28,000. You may get more than 100, but for right now, 100 people. It's true.
Right. Well, currently, speaking with our staff, we estimate that there are several thousand bear-resistant containers out there.
Oh, okay.
That current residents have.
Okay.
But, it's impossible. We don't know that number. That's what people have gone out and purchased themselves. So, but that's only if you want to go with the lease option. So, the two options here are: do you want to stay with the purchase program at $300 per container, or do you want to do the lease program where residents can choose to lease it at a lower monthly payment? Pros and cons to each.
Phase in the communication
Yes, ma'am.
on that?
So what we're talking about, phasing it in, you know, we'll probably break it up over 5 areas, maybe even by the day that we service. And we would do that every so many days. We would send a communication out to those residents. So, because what we found out previously is that when we send a communication out, everyone from Buncombe County calls the next day or as soon as they get it. So we want to space that out some so that we can handle that volume that comes in.
I just want to make sure I'm completely understanding. So to clarify, someone could, under this plan, someone could say, yes, I do want to buy one for $300, or I want to enter this leasing.
No.
Okay.
So currently the contract says, you know, we're going to sell these containers. You can buy it for $300. You can buy one, you can buy 5, whatever you want. They're $300 a piece, and they're yours. That's the current contract agreement. So the feedback that we got was these containers are too expensive. I've just invested $300, $500. That was the feedback that we got. So staff asked us to go back to the drawing board. What we came back with was a lease option.
Okay,
so
to replace the purchase option.
That is
Purchase
correct.
option goes away, lease
Mhm.
option.
You have a lease option. We'll give you a lower monthly payment, and we would maintain the container.
Why not offer both?
Well, that would be somewhat complicated. You know, it's a little, you know, it's easier to be more, you know, simple. Just, you know, either they're gonna own the containers or lease them. Something we can consider and look at, but it is.
The reason I ask, I mean, I can see how it would work better for some people who don't have the money saved up front, but it's substantially more expensive over 5 years if you don't already have one of these containers. It's actually a worse deal for a lot, for everyone, actually. In terms of the total amount of money they're gonna spend, it's like almost $600.
It depends on you know.
I mean, they don't have to come up with it up front, but there's no way around the fact that it's way more money if you are not turning in a can.
So there are things to consider with that. Like I said, so with the lease option, we maintain the container. So that latch stops working, we come out and fix it. The wheel falls off, we come out and fix it. You buy the container, your wheel comes off, we're not responsible to come back out and fix it.
Could you consider providing both options? Why is it so complicated? I mean, it's either this or this. You know, lots of companies like, we have this piece of equipment. You want to buy it, or you want to lease it. And people choose the option that makes the most sense for them. So I don't understand what's so logistically complicated about having the 2 options.
That's something we could consider.
What would it take to get to a yes on that? It feels like the more, we've had some great conversations as we keep hearing from folks, and thought a lot about those times when I've been on hold with an airline or a health insurance company, and you understand how, and also hear how hard y'all are working, but it just seems like, and I'm going to cite a bit to a conversation with Commissioner Presley, that if we can increase options for people, their sense of control and choice, and provide excellent customer care where if someone calls in and they have an issue, they have some tracking number, so they don't have to call 15 different places to find out what's going on with their issue. That we could take a big step forward in helping to resolve whatever the cohort of people who are actually kind of really having issues with this are. So I would love to see us get to a yes on you can purchase or lease, and also let's what we can really do to make sure we're providing that extra level of customer care, even if it's coming from the county side, maybe so during this period as we roll this out.
I'm okay with you going and coming back and letting us know. I mean, anytime you lease anything, it's gonna cost more. I mean, it's just, it's the way it is. Some people choose a lease, you know, I would never lease a car. You know, it's just, I'm not gonna do it. You know, they make money. You know, it gives you the opportunity to be able to decide, you know, how many you gotta have in stock. You know, it's easier on the company. I get that, you know. Some people would rather own it, but some people might rather
I'd rather own
And I'm not
So
saying
it's
that,
not
I think
bad.
the company should make some money on it if they lease it, because, yeah, you're investing your capital up front and maintaining it. I think that's totally valid. I think for folks who have the money up front to spend, I think a lot of them would rather probably just write the check and, and not have to pay for it.
You know, there's an assumed risk either way. I mean, like I said, if you can purchase that car, you may not have a minute's trouble out of it, you're good. You can purchase that car, I don't know, gets hit by a car because you rolled it out or bear taxed it or whatever, and you gotta replace the wheels on it the next month. I mean, there's an assumed risk. The same thing for us too, and that's why we have to have something to maintain it, because we have to make, the trip out there to fix it and that sort of thing. Have parts available, and, we also have to have staff on hand to repair it as well. So, that's why it does become difficult when we make assumptions as to how many people we think will do it or not do it. We're thinking about on our end too, our ability to service the customer. So that's why we have that offer.
One thing there, I would like to have the option to buy or lease, and get back at a future date on that. But you said 2,000 people out of these 8,000 already have bear-proof containers?
Well, we don't know the exact number, but after getting some feedback from our drivers, we actually think it's several thousand, somewhere approximately around 3,000 customers now have a bear-resistant container of some sort. Whether that's a chain wrapped around it or whatever, they have some sort of bear-resistant container. So that's out of the whole 28,000. That with what we service now, we feel that there's maybe approximately 3,000 customers that currently have some sort of bear-resistant container.
Okay. So you have no number on how many of them are almost twins to what you've got on the bear-proof, right? Or would the public have access to them, or is this a one made for Waste Pro, Republic, different people, or? I guess where I'm going with this is, if these things are so close, and I know weight that the one-armed bandit's got to pick them up, and it's got to open at the right time. But if they're that close, I would like to see if there's any way you could put a decal on them, or them have them painted or something to save these people $300 or $975, or I mean, instead of yes. So if they turn them in, yes, they are getting credit, but there again, bear-proof what you just said. Are you going to give Commissioner Fryer $575 credit on one he's got this chain wrapped around this bear-proof, with the bottom out of it?
Yeah, that's a great point. So every container will not be approved. We need to inspect it and make sure that it meets some basic criteria. It's clean, it's usable, it functions, it's approved by the IGBC. Now, in regards to why we do that, we look at our program overall okay? So right now, one tremendous problem that we experience in the county is people that don't pay for service, okay? And so by buying a container or leasing a container, it enables us to have that information. So we have the serial number on the one that was purchased. We know that that resident has one that was purchased, and we'll have a special list where we'll make sure every month that we receive payment, okay? Or if you're at least leasing that container, if you don't pay, we'll just pick the can up, okay? So right now, what those numbers, Dane showed some numbers, 200 and some people canceled service. Well, on top of that 200 and some people that canceled last month, there were 180 some customers that just didn't pay. And what happens typically is these customers don't pay, happens every month, but they sit their trash out, and we come by and pick it up. And that's why when we look at the program as a whole, we want to have a container. We want to know what residents that goes with, so we can make sure that we're actually getting paid for our service.
I guess let me make it more simple. Maybe I didn't. If there's only 35 people that's got this compatible bear-proof container already, that is exactly like you, could you charge a registration fee? You know, someone come out there and change the lid on it if it's exactly the same thing, and, you know, make it identifiable, and there's 25 people happy. You know, it's like me and Jasmine's been talking most of the afternoon. Work on a little bit of this at a time, that could solve some problems right there.
Yes, sir. That's something we could go back and look at.
If it is, you know, compatible and everything.
Well, I don't think that there will be any containers out there that are compatible for automated trucks.
Okay, then.
I don't think there are any like that. You know, when we say what we're looking at, those that are approved by the IGBC, there are some that are equipped for automation and some that are not. I doubt any of the ones that are out there are equipped for automation. So,
I mean, to me, the trade-in option, I don't have a bear card. I want a bear card. I want no bears. But to me, you do the math on the trade-in. I mean, to me, the trade-ins are, I mean, you're gonna, if you pay $300 for a bear card, you're gonna get $300. You're gonna get $300 back. You're gonna pay $300 for 5 years-ish. Because it's $575, which is about $62, $63 a year. $315. So the trade-in is not a bad deal. I mean, just glancing. So, but you know, we could absolutely talk this contract for months. And I appreciate what you've come back with. It may not be what everybody likes, but but you did come back with something. You didn't have to come back with anything on bear card. You didn't have to come back with nothing.
it's interesting here in the county, there are the two biggest things, there's a bag or a bear card. Big extremes, you know, for those two, so.
I mean, I like carrying my bag out, you know. I don't have a problem, but I'm excited about getting a car back.
All right. Commissioners, any other questions or comments from,
We've still got quite a few. We were hoping to get some resolution
let's
on the bear card today.
We're not gonna get everything on our agenda.
Yeah.
So let's keep moving and let's be focused. Go ahead, Dan.
All right. So, concerns about cart weight. We've talked about this in the past. We've heard that concern. By providing the different size options, we felt like that helped with folks with mobility, as well as the folks that don't generate a whole lot. They have, an easier option at 48 gallon, roughly the half the industrial, or the 96 gallon size. The carts are rollable as far as on multiple surfaces. So site assessments are happening now. Those are happening. They will be continuing through November for individual assessments. So we're going to fast forward a little bit due to time. So under consideration right now, and this is a program that we're discussing at this point. So currently our solid waste department offers a rebate program for haulers that bring to our facilities over 12,000 tons per year. And with the new contract starting January 1st, Waste Pro will not be eligible for that because the tonnage generated in this residential contract is coming to our facilities anyhow. So that was excluded. So we're talking about, or talking through with Waste Pro regarding the senior citizens with low income and long driveways, and working on developing a program with Waste Pro that could help discount the $25 premium service for the backdoor service for qualifying subscribers. And eligibility would be based on income, age, and long driveways. The program would be first come, first served, and funds would be limited to the total amount of rebates given to Waste Pro. So obviously we've got the $4. Historically, Waste Pro is qualified for that, but starting January 1st, they would not. So we have that point that we're negotiating. Waste Pro is currently working through the cost and the number of subscribers that program could serve. So we're talking through those points right now.
Well, that is awesome. I'd much rather been talking about this, no offense to the bear cart, you know. But the bear carts are really important to people that need bear carts. So this is really great.
Yes, so we were working through this, now working with Waste Pro, and those things we'll have further discussion on.
So those were the two big changes, I believe, Dane?
Yes, ma'am.
That we heard from last meeting.
Hats off.
The one consensus, I mean, not asking for a vote tonight, but consensus, and I heard from you guys, you would want us to have both vehicle options in the contract, where you can buy or where you can lease. We've asked that of Chip, and he's gonna go back. I know when we asked as a staff, they needed to have one or the other. So if Chip is willing to go back and take a look at that with his leadership team and then give us an answer, but we really need those answers and those consensus so we can order and get the contract and the time ordered so we can move forward. So what are the big questions that you need tonight answered? Bear carts, anything else? That's it.
The bear cart
It's mission critical.
Yeah, the bear cart is mission critical, as Dane just stated, because we need to develop a plan to contact every resident, give them time to make an informed decision, and then we're going to make some changes on our end too, just like some enhancements to our website, make sure that the residents can have a confirmation and things of that nature. So, and I know that you are correct. My original answer was no. I have been thinking about that and toying with different ideas of how we would do that if we were to do both. It's not easy because it just affects a lot of other things. But I guess if we could agree to do both, could we make a decision now to say, hey, we're going to do both and go ahead and proceed, because it's going to take some time to do this and do it right and get the message out.
So if the commission agrees, then we would have to amend the contract. We'll bring that back for a vote, but this would give us a couple of weeks that we can move forward with notifying the residents if you would say yes to both.
To the bear cart lease or purchase option as described.
It will give you the option to do both. Either you can purchase or you can lease the container.
What would be great is to put that on the agenda and vote on that at the next meeting, right? That's what
Yes,
you're asking for.
we would vote on that, and once we work the details out, we would also bring this rebate program back as well.
Well, I'd like to see everything, because I don't think we can keep, in fairness to the public, in fairness to, not us, but in fairness to the public, in fairness to you, and in fairness to staff, we need closure on it. And, I would like to see all this in there, and let's just do it.
Yes, and we will bring this back on the November 5th with a contract amendment and all the details that the public can hear. We just need some guidance to move forward tonight.
I think we're all eager to.
I want to look at this a little deeper. I want to look at this part a little deeper.
Which part?
Yes, this.
The part with the elderly.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
It all needs to be there.
We didn't even talk to that.
So, yeah, I think we all agree on that, and we need to spell out the details on that section. But I guess the part that we're looking for, can we move forward with, is just the bear cart, not the other part, just the bear cart, because what we need to do, our staff will have to get to working with the county staff. We have to notify everyone. We have to give them time. There need to be changes to the website, so.
Can you back the slide up to the bear cart? There. Okay, so take a shot at it. Okay.
Not doing it tonight.
Can't do it.
Can't do it tonight. We're just giving them direction and put it on the agenda for action at the next meeting.
Yeah, essentially, we would be willing to move forward in good faith,
Yeah.
understanding that you'll vote on it.
But you're doing this and the option.
We will develop that option more about the rebates and bring that to you. We really need guidance on the beer cart that we can move forward ordering and getting the word out to the citizens to get that done.
So we can't vote on this right now because this is just a pre-meeting, but I think what we're asking, this, on the bear cart item, does anybody have any concerns about that moving forward? If so, be good to hear. Okay. All right, so on this item, I'm not hearing any concerns.
Okay.
So although we cannot formally vote, I think you got
understand.
a sense that people are pretty pleased with that piece. Yes. All right. Great.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, so let's check in on where we're at. We have nonprofit funding guidelines. We're just not going to have time to cover that in this session. We can probably knock out the easement item. Why don't we go ahead and just do that, then we'll decide what to do on the remaining items.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just very briefly on the Lee Walker Heights easement. This is a temporary easement to facilitate a temporary easement to Maple Crest LLC. So just want to make sure that the board understands why Maple Crest LLC is involved. This is just a temporary easement along the eastern boundary of the Lee Walker Heights subdivision. There's a strip of line, strip of property between the backside of the Minnie Jones property, 35 feet to 10 feet in width along the entire line. They want to redo a road, I think it's called Waddell or Mardell, but it's temporary because they don't know if they have to end up doing any slopes or whatnot. It's called Maple Crest because it's a combination of Housing Authority of the City of Asheville and Mountain Housing Opportunities. So the Housing Authority created a Maple Crest Authority. Mountain Housing made a Maple Crest entity for management. So for operating, management, and construction purposes, they created these new entities to own it. So just want to make sure you understand that this is a subsidiary of Mountain Housing, which has a 75-year lease on the property to own it and operate it. So this is just a construction easement as part of that project, temporary in nature, to come back in a couple of years when construction is done to finalize that easement. And we hope to have this on for, I believe, consent on November 5th.
Okay. Yes, sir. Sounds good. Thanks. All right. So the last item that we don't have time to handle at this meeting is the nonprofit funding guidelines.
Did you want us to just bring that to regular agenda next time versus hearing about it?
Were you going to put it on the agenda for the next?
Yes. And it's rather time sensitive because it defines when we can release the nonprofit grants.
Well, you know, I mean, one option would be if people are available, we could move this to have an informational discussion at our regular meeting tonight. So we could talk about it a few minutes and then vote on it at the next meeting. So, you know, the agenda is not super short, but it's not super long. So we could.
We do have a public hearing that will be discussed later. That will be coming off. So you
That will come off. Yes. Why don't we put this on the agenda for the regular meeting? We'll just have an informational discussion, no action, but we'll just put it under new business. All right. Sounds good. All right. We've covered everything. Any other items, commissioners, or discuss? No. Okay. All right. We're going to adjourn our pre-meeting, and we will start our regular meeting at 5 o'clock. We are going to have I think, a very brief closed session at the beginning of that meeting. We do need to add it. So we need to add it to the agenda.
We need to read your regular meeting. Add it to the agenda. And there's another item on the agenda.
So why do we need to, I'm just from a process standpoint, why do we need to add it to the agenda? Because usually these are at the end of the meeting, and we just have a motion.
Turn the mic on up there where we can hear you.
If you have it at the end on the agenda, you just need to move it to the beginning. But you have to open the regular meeting to make the motion to go into closed session.
Okay, but just so we get the process right, once we open the meeting, we need to vote to add it to the agenda, or can we just have a motion to go into have a brief closed session?
I think you can probably, since it's already on the agenda at the bottom, I would just make a note that you're moving
Oh, I
it
see.
to the top.
Okay, I'm getting your now. Thank you. All right. All right, very good. All right, we're adjourned. We're gonna call this meeting to order. Commissioners and members of the public, thank you for being here. I think we are ready to get this meeting underway, so if the staff could begin the introductory video, that would be great. Or we can just start.
Hello.
Let's just go ahead and get started. All right. I'll call this meeting to order, the October 15, 2019 meeting of the Buncombe County Commission. Thank you all for being with us. Let's begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and join us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For our invocation this evening, I'd like to share some words from an invocation that was written by Rabbi David Saperstein. Eternal God, you ennoble our lives by empowering us to do your work here on earth in creating a world of justice and peace for all. We pray for our country that it may be a beacon of freedom, human rights, and opportunity. The protector of this precious earth, which you have entrusted to our care, may your name be invoked to inspire and unify our nation. We ask your blessing on all the leaders of our nation, that they may lead wisely and with civility and work together for the common good. These things we ask in the sunshine of renewed dreams, committed that the torch of hope shall pass from hand to hand, from heart to heart, until the radiance of peace and righteousness for all of God's children shines to the ends of the earth. Amen.
We wanted to take a moment this evening to, with great sadness, recognize the passing of Rodney Hasty, a dedicated public servant who served as a Chief Assistant District Attorney in Buncombe County starting in 2015. I wanted to take a moment to extend support and condolences to his family, his colleagues in the DA's office, and the many people across our community who mourn his passing. Please join us in a moment of silence, a moment of support for his family and friends and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, I'd like to announce that anyone who's attending the meeting this evening who used our county parking garage or used public transit to attend this meeting can receive validation for your parking pass or transit pass from one of the officers who is here this evening. Just feel free to see them on the way out of the meeting. It will be valid for today only. I'd like to read the ethics reminder to the board. In accordance with the code of ethics adopted by the board, all county commissioners have a duty to obey all applicable laws regarding official actions, to uphold the integrity and independence of the office, to avoid impropriety in the exercise of official duties, to faithfully perform the duties of the office, and to conduct the affairs of the governing board in an open and public manner. Is there any item on the agenda, the outcome of which would have a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable financial impact for any board member? And does any board member have a financial interest in any public contract coming before the board today? There being none, all board members have a duty and obligation to vote on any matters voted on by the board at the meeting this evening. Okay, we come to the consent agenda and approval of the agenda. We need to, there's been a request to remove the public hearing on the rezoning request from this, from the agenda this evening. I think it'll be rescheduled for a future meeting, but it's not ready to be discussed tonight. And we also would like to move, we'd like to have a very brief closed session at the beginning of the meeting. So I don't believe there's any reason to have a closed session at the end of the meeting. So we'll move that with the approval of the commission to have a brief closed session to consult with an attorney at the beginning of the meeting. We anticipate it will last only about 10 minutes or less. All right, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of the public hearing and inclusion of a brief closed session to consult with the attorney at the beginning of the meeting? And do any members of the public, well, let's first see if there's a motion to approve.
So moved.
Okay. Are there any questions from any members of the public about the consent agenda? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. As I mentioned, we do need to have a brief closed session. The purpose is to consult with an attorney.
So you just need to make a motion under North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Is there a motion based on the statute that Ms. Hockaday just referenced?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned to a closed session. I expect we'll be back in 10 minutes or less. All right, is there a motion to go back into open session?
Turn your mic on.
Commissioners,
Turn your mic on.
one other item that we need to add to the agenda and I've neglected to do. So we, in our pre-meeting,
Turn your mic on.
informational discussion about the nonprofit funding guidelines under new business. So could we add that to the agenda under new business? Is there a motion to add that presentation, informational presentation on nonprofit funding guidelines? Yes, sir. My mic is turned on. I'll try to speak into it a little bit more directly, but it's.
You need.
We're working on it. Okay. Thanks, Jerry. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. Next up, we've got a couple of presentations. The first is the TDA 2019 annual report, and Stephanie Brown will get us started on this. Hi, Stephanie. Thanks for being here.
Hi. Thank you very much for inviting me back.
Sorry, can I interrupt real quick? We're not getting any audio to the speakers. That means we're not getting any audio to the people. We need like a 5-minute, and we need to restart our system. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Stephanie. I'm taking a short break. But the people, the TV groups.
Yeah. The microphone is working, we can hear you online, we just can't hear you in the voice.
Okay. So, all right, we're going to get started again. What we've been told is that there's a technical problem with our microphones. Folks who are watching the meeting on the county access channel, everything will be heard here.
That's all right. I hope it's not my fault that the AV is having so many problems. But we appreciate all the attempts to make it work. I appreciate having an opportunity to talk tonight about the work that's implemented by the Buncombe County Tourism Development Authority to attract overnight visitors to the community. The BCTDA is a public entity with the public purpose of attracting overnight visitors to create customers for our local businesses, provide jobs, generate taxes for revenue and facilities for the people who live in Buncombe County. I'm presenting this report on behalf of the BCTDA, and our board chair, Gary Froba, is here with me tonight. The BCTDA was created by North Carolina state law to administer the proceeds of the occupancy tax. The board is appointed by the county commission and the city council, and one seat is appointed by the Chamber of Commerce to build a base of expertise to guide the investment of the occupancy tax for its greatest benefit. The annual report and the sales and marketing plan is included in your packet, and it's available online for the public on our community website, www.ashevillecbb.com. This year, 115 new tourism businesses were onboarded to receive free partner benefits, and that brings the total number of tourism partner businesses we serve to almost 1,300. Of course, everything we do is focused on attracting people to visit and connecting them to local businesses. These local businesses represent an exciting array of experiences that are enjoyed by residents and visitors alike. They are independent retailers, artists and musicians, food and beverage professionals, health and wellness, cultural and outdoor attractions. And I have to tell you, we have absolutely every kind of innovative tour that you can imagine, including hiking tours, history, yoga, food, bike, and literary tours. The CVB offers programs to help develop and retain tourism businesses. 350 people attended our annual meeting in September. We offer the Hospitality Outlook in the winter to forecast upcoming trends, and the National Tourism Week Summit brings tourism partners together for educational programs. All of these events are generously supported by our host venues. We also offer networking that builds relationships, including a holiday party and a summer social. Each of these events also has a charitable component. We partner with the Renaissance Hotel on Toys for Tots Drive with a holiday party, and we collected 250 backpacks during our summer social. Last year, Explore Asheville achieved recognition as a trusted source for Google, which means that we're able to update Google search results for Buncombe County businesses. We hosted a webinar and 2 workshops to teach partners how to optimize their presence on Google products, and we launched a program to enhance Google search results for Buncombe County businesses. Our new ad agency, 360i, in Atlanta and New York, presented a free day-long marketing seminar that was available to any resident of Buncombe County, and more than 200 people representing small businesses and nonprofits of all types attended. We also offer CVB 101 orientation every month to help tourism entrepreneurs make the most of our sales and marketing programs and connect with people who visit to spend money in their businesses. Tourism-related businesses get a free page on exploreasheville.com, which is attracting about 5 million user sessions every year. We also stay in touch with the community through our industry website, ashevillecbb.com. All of the BCTDA board materials, financial statements, performance reports are posted here, along with research, sales and marketing plans, and any presentations that are given at events. There's a special section for the tourism management and investment planning process that I talked to you about a couple of months ago. We also distribute a newsletter monthly and maintain a community Facebook page. So in total, we hosted 27 events that were attended by 1,400 local people last year. Our team also engages in community service. You can see us here working at the community garden in Black Mountain and helping with downtown cleanup. And you can see some pictures from the Backpack Drive and the Toys for Tots Drive. We're in our 4th year of providing funding for festivals, events, and seminars. funded with revenue that we earn from advertising on exploreasheville.com. And last year, we were able to provide $185,000 to 39 local organizations. So moving on to our program of work that attracts overnight visitors to Buncombe County. As you know, 25% of the occupancy tax revenue is dedicated to the Tourism Product Development Fund. The TPDF has become the largest source of grant funding in Western North Carolina prior to the creation of the Dogwood Foundation. And of course, 75% is invested in tourism promotion that attracts customers to local businesses and provides the public benefit of creating jobs and tax revenue. And that's a portion of the occupancy tax that funds our marketing programs, which I will touch very briefly on in just a few minutes. The Product Development Fund was implemented in 2001 and has awarded $44 million to 39 community projects, including $10 million that was awarded in 2018. Of course, you're all familiar with the Anka Recreation Destination grant that was provided in partnership with you, totaling $6 million. The North Carolina Arboretum received additional funding for lights and parking, totaling $905,000. The National Innovation Hub at the Center for Craft is opening next month. They received a gift of $975,000. The YMI Cultural Center will be improved through a grant of $800,000, and we waived the matching funds requirement for this project that will help them become more economically sustainable as they build out a space for meetings and events. The Leaf Community Arts Organization is building a Leaf Global Arts Center that will be a really vibrant addition to the block that is based on music and culture and interactive experiences for kids. And that received $705,000. And there will be an African American Heritage and Cultural District project at Stevens Lee to preserve and present the history of the students who attended school there. That received $100,000 also with the matching money requirement waived. Instead of providing a grant for the African American Heritage Trail, we offered a partnership to support development of the trail system, but also to maintain it as part of our wayfinding system in perpetuity. And our team is working with the community to preserve and present African American heritage with a website that will complement the trail. The TPDF is also providing funding to expand the wayfinding system. We updated the downtown system with all of the changes this year. And our design team held input sessions for stakeholders in River Arts District and recently shared this proposed design that will be implemented at the conclusion of construction. A few months ago, I presented an overview of our tourism management and investment plan. This planning process represents a monumental shift in the approach of deciding how to invest this resource within the mandate of the law that created it. It is typically, whoops, we lost the slides again. Are we good? It has typically been an application-based process, but the TMIP focuses on three important differences. The first is public input to prioritize opportunities and challenges. The second is a collaboration with public entities to develop projects for investment. And the third and most important is to plan for a 10-year period of investment so that we can accomplish bigger and more significant projects. We are entering the discovery phase that will focus on meeting with public entity teams. Those meetings have already begun to be scheduled so that we can really dig into urban planning strategies that will help manage the impacts of tourism while continuing to harness the benefits. The Phase 1 report will be presented next Wednesday at the Tourism Management Forum, and I hope that we will see you there. The biggest benefit of the BCTDA is created by the destination advertising that expands the customer base for local businesses of all kinds. It also raises awareness and creates a favorable image for this community as a place to go to college and start a business and to relocate. Last year, we conducted an extensive search for a new ad agency. 360i in Atlanta was chosen and quickly went to work developing new media strategies and creative. 360i has been recognized by Adweek as the Breakthrough Agency of the Year, and we're happy to be able to bring that level of expertise to work for Buncombe County. Explore Asheville also employs dozens of writers, photographers, videographers, and musicians that develop creative content with us in partnership with the agency. The new TV spot that I plan to show you tonight is also created with a primarily local cast and crew. These are the markets where we are placing television and streaming video. When we say TV ad, it doesn't really mean on the TV anymore. We buy video mostly in two flights, one that starts in the late summer and moves into early fall, and another that is spring into early summer. But we really have an always-on strategy in a media mix that includes all kinds of channels, from paid social to digital, search engine optimization, and of course video. Oops, they deleted. Missing a couple of my slides. We'd planned to show you some creative tonight that the AV's not cooperating. So we'll send you a link and provide it on social media channels for the public. But in 2019, we debuted a new tagline, "Let your spirit run free." Letting your spirit run free means being spontaneous and open, embracing the small and big surprises that Asheville is sure to offer up. The tagline was developed from audience insight research that revealed that potential visitors feel the pressure in the many demands that they face in everyday life, and that they have to do, and that they're craving for an escape to do the things that they want to do. I'm sorry we can't play the new creative for you, but we'll get that to you. But every dollar that is invested in paid advertising returns $43 in spending at our local businesses and $3 in sales tax, all within 6 months of the campaign running. Oh, sorry, this got out of order somehow. That's the new tagline, "Let your spirit run free." And that's the commercial. Okay, so we'll go past that. So the creative is designed to have a long-form video, 2 30-second spots and 2 15-second spots to show kind of the breadth and depth of the visitor experience in Buncombe County. And we just filmed additional footage last week that will continue to change the ads. So our media relations is kind of the secret weapon of getting the word out about the businesses that are in Buncombe County. This year, our team secured 587 significant placements that generated 2.3 billion impressions and a publicity value of $35.8 million. Those placements result from our team of 3 PR professionals doing 960 custom pitches and 755 media touch points. We also hosted 57 journalists on site. So we're creating their visits and connecting them to artists and makers and musicians and restaurateurs and all of the businesses that are now able to receive national media exposure from these free efforts, these efforts that are free to them. And here's how it pays off. There are just a few of the high-profile accolades that the team played a role in securing last year. Staying ahead of the headlines and in the mix of these accolades year after year is not an easy task. And just recently, we were able to secure, through a special effort, to promote Asheville as a top town for music, some very significant placements from Rolling Stone and Jam Base and a list of 10 prominent music publications to support the music industry here and create a more sustainable ecosystem for them. Through it all, the team is on the road at these locations and media events, there we go, and media events, making connections and sharing stories to keep Asheville and Buncombe County top of mind. Our content and social program is managed in-house at Explore Asheville. Explore Asheville is receiving almost 5 million user sessions a year. We also have a newsletter that's distributed to 120,000 qualified users a month. We've hit 400,000 followers on our social channels. And we've also been, in the past year, developing special content for neighborhoods and other townships around Buncombe County. Here you see an example that's been developed for Black Mountain with the addition of more listings and special photography and new videos and strategies to get eyeballs on these pages. The page views for the Black Mountain content have already increased 74%. and we continue to build these out for other areas of the community. Last year, as I mentioned, Explore Asheville focused on improving the way that the destination and our industry partners appear across the Google ecosystem. This has been critical as Google pushes further and further into the travel space. To ensure the region was well displayed, the team uploaded more than 500 photos and 360-degree images into Google My Business knowledge panels. These assets already have been viewed more than 2 million times. We also added more than 50 Google posts to the Asheville Knowledge Panel, receiving more than 4 million impressions. We believe that Explore Asheville should be the voice of the destination at every stage of the visit. That's why we rolled out a new suite of tools for visitors who are already here and on the ground. So let's take a quick look at welcome-to-abl.com. It's available on both desktop and mobile. You see the tile interface streamlines access to the content and real-time parking availability. This is all of the same content. It's the same content for business listings. It's available on exploreasheville.com, but it's streamlined to make it easier to use and quicker access for local businesses. It also helps move visitors throughout the region, and we hope it will help with repeat visitation and longer stays by enhancing visitor satisfaction and improving awareness of everything there is to see and do. And once you click further into the site, you'll find deeper information to make planning on the ground even easier. Included in welcome-to-abl.com is a weekly curated list of things to do over the weekend. And this list can easily be accessed on desktop or mobile and printed for distribution at front desks and other points of interest. Our sales team attracts groups to Buncombe County, including meetings, conventions, social groups, tour groups, weddings, and sports. The bedrock of any sales program is person-to-person contact. Last year, our team of 5 sales managers logged a whopping 12,901 personal contacts. They issued 981 sales leads, an increase of 24%. And we had 566 groups commit to hold future events in Buncombe County. That's an increase of 37%. Room nights booked through the CVB represent only those groups that are touched by us, and we know a lot of groups that we interact with go directly to lodging partners. So in the last fiscal year, we booked about 80,000 room nights. They were smaller groups overall, so revenue was down a little bit at $16.5 million, but that doesn't include delegate spending and other off-site investments that these groups make. Sports remains a very high and important driver for our community. Our team works hand in hand with the Sports Commission, and Deb Bradford is here tonight. For example, Fed Cup generated $4.9 million of spending with local businesses in just a couple of days that the tournament played here, also giving local kids an opportunity to see world-class tennis players in action. And it was only it was the first time in 12 years that a destination was able to host this important event 2 years in a row. Oat Route is an international cycling event that we were able to attract in partnership with the Sports Commission. They spent $1.4 million with local businesses for this weekend event. The Spartan Race, $6.2 million in total business spending, and the SoCon Championship Tournament. It's spring in Asheville. What would it be like without SoCon? Brings $5.5 million of spending on that weekend. So that is a very, very brief highlight of the work we do at Explore Asheville. The Explore Asheville team is privileged to represent this community and play a role in attracting customers, providing jobs, generating tax revenue, and developing facilities that benefit the people who live in Buncombe County. The people who visit Buncombe County spend $2 billion a year at local businesses. They generate almost $200 million of state and local taxes, including 31% of sales tax revenue and 19% of property tax revenue. They provide over 27,000 jobs, including 18,000 in tourism-related businesses. So thank you for having me back. Do you have any questions?
Commissioners, any questions? All right, I don't see any this time, Stephanie, so thank you for the update. And could you say again, when are some of the upcoming public events that folks can attend if they're interested in being part of the dialogue about all.
Yeah, during phase one of the tourism management investment plan, we hosted 3 public input sessions. We conducted a community sentiment survey that 2,600 people participated in. We also did extensive evaluation of current conditions. And so the phase one report will be presented next Wednesday at the Ferguson Auditorium. The program starts at 6. We ask that people RSVP so we know how many to expect. There's also on our website a special section that collects additional feedback and posts all of the meeting times. It will be a place where you can download the full report and download the PowerPoint presentation. And that website is ashevillecdb.com/TMIP.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. On our agenda is an update from the Family Justice Center, and Diana Sierra is going to tee us off on the side.
Okay, good evening, commissioners and your Pinder and staff. I'm Diana Sierra with the Family Justice Center. I want to thank you for the opportunity to give you a brief update on the work that we're doing at the Family Justice Center, both current and then looking ahead to some of our priorities. Before we get started, I also want to thank some of our on-site partners that are here to show support, so Pisgah Legal Services, the Sheriff's Office, and also sharing the space and presentation with me will be April Burgess-Johnson from Helpmate and Angelica from Our Voice. They're going to give some updates from their organizations as well. So as you know, the Family Justice Center is one safe place for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault, child abuse, and elder abuse to access services. I'm sorry, this clicker's not working.
I tried to talk.
Oh. Thank you. Okay, great. Hold on, let my slides go. So the Family Justice Center is a part of the coordinated community response to domestic violence and sexual violence. We have 10 on-site partners that all serve some function in terms of providing services and support to victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, elder abuse, and child maltreatment. And a part of the coordinated community response Leadership Council, that represents over 20 different organizations and entities that are working to coordinate services so that survivors have a streamlined, trauma-informed, evidence-based experience throughout their process in terms of seeking safety, healing, and hope. So I wanted to take a brief moment and just talk about 3 key points. I'm going to talk about FJC data, then I'm going to talk about kind of what our current outcomes and successes are, and then looking ahead. So for so for the first 3 years of the Family Justice Center being in operation, we just celebrated our 3rd anniversary in July. We have served 1,707 new clients who have gone through the integrated intake process, which is a fundamental part of the Family Justice Center model. Those are all new clients served, not returning clients. In FY19, 690 people accessed integrated services for the first time at the Family Justice Center. That is a 15% increase when you compare the numbers to the previous fiscal year. And in FY19, 51% of survivors accessed more than one provider at their initial intake. So at their first experience of accessing services at the Family Justice Center, 51% of survivors were able to access more than one organization. In addition, 84% of the new intakes that were completed, those survivors identified domestic violence as the primary victimization, and 14% identified sexual violence, sexual assault as the primary victimization. So to move on to some successes and advancements, I wanted to highlight our intake data, our survey data. So after a survivor goes through their initial intake, we ask them if they're willing to complete a survey. And from those survey results, we found that 92% of survivors responded that they left with a plan to keep themselves safe, and they knew what to do after they left the FJC after their first initial intake at the Family Justice Center. In addition, 69% this past fiscal year of survivors who completed the survey responded having experienced decreased fear and anxiety just after their first intake, first interaction with us. Some other successes and accomplishments. Several years ago, the Governor's Crime Commission created a dedicated funding category for family justice centers and co-located services, and they continue to refer other counties who are interested in family justice centers to the Buncombe County Family Justice Center to see how we operate and learn best practices. In addition, the Buncombe County Family Justice Center was featured myself and one of our active survivors, that's the chair of the Survivors Voices Committee. We co-facilitated a national director's call for all of the Family Justice Center directors. We provided a training on how to do survivor-focused work and how to keep survivors at the center of our decision-making and our programming. So looking ahead, some of our priorities for this current year are our Domestic Violence Fatality Review Team. I want to thank you all for voting in support of that last year. We have been meeting since November of last year. We have selected a case, and according to this PowerPoint, we were scheduled to do a 2-day full case review next week. However, with the passing of Rodney Hasty, who was an active, integral member of our team, and per state session law, we're required to have a member of the DA's office at that review. We have decided to postpone and reschedule to give the DA's office some more time to identify the right person for that team. But we're looking forward to getting that rescheduled in the next couple of months and being able to present those findings and recommendations to you all. Also, this upcoming year, this fiscal year, we're going to be focusing on strategic planning, looking at where we want to be in the next 3 to 5 years, of course, in step and in line with the strategic planning that's being driven by you all for the county. So now I'm going to hand the floor over to Angelica Nguyen from Our Voice, who's going to share a little bit more detail about human trafficking and sexual assault services.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the commissioners for your support of the Family Justice Center. Sexual violence still continues to be one of the most underreported crimes in the nation. Having said that, what we found is with the Family Justice Center, and since its opening in 2016, is that we have seen a marked increase in survivors of sexual violence, not only calling and picking up the phone, but also walking through the Family Justice Center doors. As the chart will note what the growth has been. Year 17-18 was when the Me Too movement came to light at the national level, and we have not seen a decrease in individuals who've taken those steps to many times to disclose for the first time and access services. Another piece that we've seen a tremendous amount of growth is our anti-human trafficking project. If you will note, in 2016, it was when our project was created, and since then we have experienced a tremendous amount of growth around that, and we continue to see that growth. In fact, if you look at the graph in this quarter, the new fiscal year 1920, what we've seen is we've already seen almost half of what we saw last year of human trafficking survivors coming to the Family Justice Center and accessing our services. And we anticipate that those numbers will continue to grow. We don't feel that it's because human trafficking has increased in our area. We feel it's pretty much the same. Anytime you have that recipe of tourism, airports, interstate highways, you are bound to have human trafficking. But what we found is that as a result of the outreach that Our Voice has been able to do in the community and training on what human trafficking looks like with other service providers, that we have seen an increase in referrals to Our Voice. So In terms of successes, so in terms of, human trafficking work, and we anticipate seeing that growth, and we will continue to serve. In fact, our human trafficking project has been recognized as a state model. In other areas that we have been recognized as a state and national model is our prevention work. One of our most well-known programs is our Bar Outreach Project, which is a project that works with service industry, more particularly alcohol serving establishments, around how they can play a role in the minimizing of drug-facilitated sexual assault, alcohol being the #1 drug. This has been a project that has been recognized not only at the state level, but at the national level. At the end of September, we were a part of a national webinar with Prevent Connect, which does national work around the prevention of sexual violence, where we not only able to highlight our work through the Bar Outreach Project, we were also able to highlight of innovative ways that we look to partner with different entities around the Bar Outreach Project, the Buncombe County Environmental Inspectors being one of them, where we had a partnership where we trained the environmental inspectors to bring to light the topic of drug-facilitated sexual assault, but also to bring to light about the project. In terms of future focuses and opportunities, very much in the way that we worked with the environmental inspectors around the conversation of drug-facilitated sexual assault, our voice also sees an opportunity to work with the environmental inspectors on training them to what to look out for in terms of signs of human trafficking, whether it's sexual human trafficking or labor human trafficking. And so we can work together to be able to provide resources as needed. Another piece, Diana mentioned the part about the FJC being recognized at the state level and national level as well. Another piece that we have that has been recognized at the state level is our Pathways to Prevention plan. The plan came to light as a result of a coalition of service providers, program leaders, government representatives, educators, youth leaders, and survivors, and many more, who came together to create a multi-year comprehensive plan to help end sexual violence, domestic violence, and child maltreatment. And where we see opportunity, because we are now going into our year 2 of our plan, is an opportunity for the county to be involved in providing more resources to sustain the work, but in addition, also providing an opportunity to educate the community and outreach around prevention efforts. One of the things that the Pathways to Prevention Coalition just did was create a prevention education guide, which any community member who wants to be involved or who wants to have access to prevention education programming can pick up this resource guide and be able to see which of the programs are tailored to their needs. And the great thing about this guide is that it isn't relegated just to Our Voice, Helpmate, and Mountain Child Advocacy Center. We have lots of great community partners that are doing prevention education in their own way. And so the guide will be able to bring light into that as well. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate a moment to be able to uplift the work that we are all doing. Thanks.
Thank you.
I always promise to be our shortest speaker. So my name is April Burgess Johnson. I have the privilege of serving as the executive director for Helpmate. Helpmate is the organization here in Buncombe County that provides safety, shelter, and support to survivors of domestic violence. And I want to thank this commission for the time and the investment that you've put into making our community safer and to stopping the tolerance of domestic violence. As you all remember, our coordinated community response began in earnest after a rash of domestic violence-related homicides that landed our community with the dubious ranking of tying for second place in North Carolina for the number of lives lost because of domestic violence back in 2013. After that rash of homicides, community leaders came together and began overhauling systematically, one by one, domestic violence response systems, sexual violence response systems in our community. And part of the outcome of that was to build a giant funnel to try to get victims into appropriate victim services. We did that intentionally because we know that in the year prior to their death, according to national research, only 4% of domestic violence homicide victims had had contact with a program like Helpmate. So we know that there is a very strongly preventative nature to survivors being able to form safety plans with programs like Helpmate. And so what you have in front of you are some numbers to illustrate how well that funnel has worked. If you'll look back in fiscal year 12-13, you'll see that Helpmate served about 1,800 survivors. The blue line you see on your graph is the number of people that we served. The orange line is the hotline calls we took. And the gray line there are the safety plans that we formed. The first arrow that you see is when our community began its coordinated community response effort, where we implemented the lethality assessment protocol, where law enforcement are putting victims on the hotline with a Helpmate advocate from the crime scene. We also began the launch of the Enough public awareness campaign, and we saw a pretty significant spike in the number of people that were reaching forward for help both in person and on our hotline and forming those emergency safety plans. The second arrow that you see there is the opening of the Buncombe County Family Justice Center. And you'll see that we really took a sharp incline in our ability to do meaningful, long-lasting, and repeat safety plans with survivors. Because as a survivor's situation changes, so does their safety needs and the need to plan around them. We wanted to be sure that as we were implementing these programs, that we were responding effectively to all survivors, including the smallest among us. We wanted to be sure that there were effective programs in place to attend to the needs of children exposed to intimate partner violence. We were pleased to be able to partner with the Department of Health and Human Services to implement the Safe and Together protocol, which seeks to support protective parents in their protective capacities, because we know that often it's not only the adult but also the child that is impacted by domestic violence in the home. We help survivors to navigate the sometimes complex system of working with child protective services, and we have designated space within our emergency shelter to respond to the needs of children. As we look forward, some of the opportunities for growth and change that we have are twofold. One is that we need to create a seamless experience across all of the systems. We've done a great job of making sure that when a victim comes to the Family Justice Center, they can connect with multiple agencies at the same time. You all are responsible for making that possibility exist for survivors. Almost 2/3 of the people who come to the Family Justice Center interact with more than one system on their very first visit. We need to make sure that when victims go across the street to the courthouse to get protection, that they're offered the same seamless experience, that process is easy to navigate, is accessible to them, and is coordinated well with the services that we have over at the Family Justice Center. For Helpmate specifically, we know that to continue to reduce domestic violence homicides in Buncombe County, we have to double the capacity of our shelter. Right now, Helpmate has a 20-bed shelter capacity. A community our size needs a 40-bed domestic violence shelter. That's based on the best available national research that we have. So Helpmate is currently searching for our next shelter location where we can build or renovate a facility. We shelter about 225 people per year. We have the opportunity to shelter twice that many. Right now, we are referring those folks primarily out of county to our smaller rural neighbors. So we're literally exporting our trauma. And we have to find a way as a community to solve that problem. And that's our commitment to you, is to find and locate a larger shelter for our community. None of these system innovations would have been possible without the continued support of the Buncombe County Commission. You all have been there, not just word, but in deed, and we are extremely grateful for that. We hope that you'll keep the foot on the gas and continue to support these important initiatives that serve survivors in our community. I think any of us at this point would be happy to entertain any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for the really great updates. Commissioners, any questions?
I have a question. Thank you all very much for the work that happened in the update. You mentioned doubling shelter capacity is one priority, and I think
creating a similar level of integration and as folks move into the court system is another. Is anything more specific we ought to be thinking about in terms of, in addition to just continuing support for FJC, what else we can be advocating for in our community around these issues and what next steps might look like?
I think that's a great question. I believe that talking to our colleagues in the court system and encouraging that integration, I believe you all hold important and powerful positions, and I think that expressing your concern and commitment to this increased system integration is an important piece to bring forward. I think Diana might also have some feedback.
I just wanted to add, so as we're doing our strategic planning process, we're really going to be trying to drill down on our priorities and kind of where we see ourselves in the next 3 to 5. But something that's been emerging recently has been creating a space where older adults can go to for similar services, but that don't fall under the category of intimate partner violence. So we're seeing an increase, as we do an excellent job of getting the word out to the community about our services, we're seeing increased numbers of older adults coming to seek services and support that fall outside of intimate partner violence. So really looking at, is there an opportunity there? What would that look like? If there's not an opportunity specifically with the Family Justice Center, what other opportunities exist to make sure that those older adults aren't falling through the cracks?
So they're experiencing elder abuse, but not from the intimate partner?
Correct.
Thank you.
So I've just got a comment. I think myself and Brownie and Commissioner Fryer were here when the county took the steps to make this happen, and not us make it happen, but through the need and the direction of the community. But a couple of things that stuck in my mind, and I don't want y'all to forget them. I want you to continue to tell us about it. Is that, if I'm not mistaken, before someone that was in this situation would go and have contact with 21 different people at like 8 different places. And my numbers are probably not very far off. And it went from a stressful situation to a very toxic, stressful situation. And I would like to make sure we don't lose sight of that we hear more about how you are improving that. And because everything's under, well, not everything, but most things are under one roof. And I just want to hear more about that. So as y'all have an opportunity to come before us, I don't want you to forget that statistic. I want you to continue to bring it forward and give us more information about the success stories and how families are. By getting them help, very quickly is what stops that escalation and 20 years later, them being effective. If you reduce that stress immediately, then it helps them for a lifetime. And so I just want to encourage you to continue to bring that forward and remind us of that. And just keep telling us that these families are getting better quicker and that they're finding help under that one roof. Thanks.
Absolutely, I can certainly commit to doing that moving forward. I think sometimes when you do this systems work, it's easy to kind of focus on opportunities and what's ahead, but a lot is working well and we have a lot to celebrate. Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you all for the life-saving work that you perform in our community. As we know, there's been several well-documented, well-covered in the media stories of loss of life through domestic violence situations in our county, particularly in our communities of color. As part of your strategic planning process, is there some conversation, some discussion about how you start to reach out to those communities of color and start to build those trusted relationships so that they come to you before they experience tragedy and loss of life?
Absolutely. So to clarify, we have not started our strategic planning process, but that will be an item that we really try to dig deep and drill down on. I know each individual on-site partner has done some of their own work. I know HelpMate has reached out to the people of color and tried to get specific feedback as it relates to accessing services at the Family Justice Center. The question moving forward is how can we do that again in a coordinated way so that we're all sharing the information and really trying to move the needle in that way. What I will also say is that when we look at our demographic data does reflect our FJC intake data does reflect general demographics for the county. So 14% of individuals seeking services at the Family Justice Center identify as African American, Black, which is reflective of our community. But how do we move that number to make sure that it's as inclusive of a space and environment as possible? So absolutely, that's definitely will be a priority.
All right, hey, thank you again for being here this evening and for the important work everyone's doing, and the great update this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, the consideration of text amendments on traffic studies and subdivision standards, and Jillian Phillips from our planning department will be presenting this, along with Nathan and Ms. Light.
Good evening. We came before the pre-meeting a while ago regarding these two amendments. So I'm just going to review them real quick for you. If you have any questions, let me know. Just to remind you, it's two separate public hearings, one for the traffic study amendment and then one for the special family revisions. So we have two proposed subdivision amendments. One relates to our traffic impact studies. It's a revision to when traffic impact studies are required as part of the subdivision approval process. And the second one is a clarification of the requirements for a special subdivision, and then a revision to the requirements for a family subdivision. So for the traffic impact study requirements, just to give you a little history, in 2017, we added a requirement for those studies for subdivisions of 300 lots or more. In 2018, the zoning ordinance was revised to require traffic impact studies for plan unit developments with 75 or more units. So the proposed amendment would align those two ordinances, the subdivision ordinance and the zoning ordinance. And we provided the text amendment to the North Carolina Department of Transportation and the City of Asheville. We do have some streets that are City of Asheville streets that serve land that is in unincorporated Buncombe County. So for any approval for a access, it would go through the City of Asheville's Transportation Department as opposed to going through NCDOT. The proposed amendment was reviewed, discussed, and a public hearing was held by the planning board, and they recommended the proposed amendment to the board. So again, we're changing the threshold so it aligns with the zoning ordinance. And then we added a requirement that if a subdivision is going to generate a decrease in level of service to D or lower, you either have to submit your driveway permit from NCDOT or your approval from the controlling municipality when you submit for preliminary approval. Currently, developers usually bring their preliminary approval before the planning board prior to getting that DOT driveway permit. So what we're saying is if there's a decrease in level of service to D, you have to do that beforehand. So DOT and usually in the City of Asheville have time to review what that development is going to do to the road. Just to give you an idea of level of service, so for level of service A, B, and C, it's pretty free-flowing, it's pretty stable. But you can see D is where the development will start to affect the traffic flow and affect capacity on the road. So are there any questions about the traffic study amendment? No? So the second amendment is for special and family subdivisions. Special subdivisions, it's a clarification of when the 3-year time limitation on further subdivision is triggered, and family subdivision, it's a revision to the requirements for a family subdivision. So for special subdivisions, a special subdivision is 3 lots or less, and as part of the requirement, you cannot further subdivide those 3 lots within a 3-year time period unless you meet the minor subdivision requirements. So we had some confusion in the development community. So we're just adding a clarification that if you have a 2-lot subdivision, you can create 1 more lot without having to meet those minor subdivision requirements. So for family subdivision, currently the regulations allow you to have up to 5 lots for family members. And what developers were doing is creating an additional 3 lots as a special, creating an 8-lot subdivision that didn't go through the review process, and they didn't submit plans for roads or have to meet any of the road standards. So our proposed revision is to hold it at 5 lots total and allow up to 3 lots for sale. So you can have any combination of family and sale lots as long as you don't have more than 3 lots for sale. And those are the 2 amendments, proposed amendments. Any questions?
See, at this point, so let's do 2 public hearings for each of the text amendments. First, I'll open at 6:22 the public hearing for consideration of the text amendments regarding the traffic impact studies. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? All right, I will close the public hearing at 6:22. Is there a motion regarding the text amendment for the traffic impact studies?
Do we have to make 2? Or did you say that?
Let's just do a separate public hearing and separate vote on each text amendment.
So I move approval.
Second.
There's a motion and second in support of approval of the text amendment regarding traffic impact studies. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, I'm going to open a public hearing, the public hearing for consideration of the text amendment for special and family subdivisions. At 6:22, are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Mr. Yeldon.
The reason I didn't get up a minute ago on the other one is because what I'm gonna say on this one applies to the other one. I was born and raised on Jubilee Road. I got the same road now that I had when I was 6 years old. And I bet you there's been over 1,000 houses built within a mile of my house. The traffic flow from the housing is a big part of the problem, but the other part of the problem is we've not done anything to our roads, period. We don't even mow the sides of them now. You can't even see how you're getting out. But anytime you do anything to add time to building a house, what do you do to the price of housing in Buncombe? Anytime you increase the time. Do a traffic study, subdivide, do a plan. Anytime you do that, you're driving the cost of housing up. So it sounds good, it reads good, it gives somebody something to do and a committee to serve on. But all it does is drive the cost of housing up. And guess what? Right next to my house is a new lot, and I just found out a while ago, they're selling the lots for $60,000 an acre. Then you've got to put the well in and the septic tank. So we're going to start controlling how you divide it. If you want to slow down the growth in the county and keep this wonderful, beautiful countryside that everybody talks about, look at doing something like letting a 5-acre piece of property be declared non-developable. And if you develop it, you have to pay higher taxes and all the back taxes when you decide to develop it. You might see some of the families holding on to their property and not subdividing it. So that's just some thoughts. Of course, you won't listen to anything I say. Maybe you'll do it 2 years later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at 6:25. Is there a motion regarding the text amendment for special and family subdivisions?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. Under the county manager's report.
I do have 2 items. I'll ask for Nate Pennington to talk briefly about the quasi judicial training that's coming up.
Good evening, Commissioners. Just wanted to report on something that we've had a lot of interest in. October 24th, Dave Owens from the School of Government is going to be coming up here to conduct a quasi-judicial training, a legislative update, and then also to go over a couple of other items. Just talked to David Owens yesterday. Also found out he's retiring, so this is one of the last opportunities to speak to him. But we've also invited all 6 municipalities in the county, and we're happy to tell you that we're nearing about 100 people. This includes boards of adjustment, planning boards, elected officials like yourselves, and also some Historic Resources Commission members from the various municipalities to give you an update, an opportunity to meet folks and participate in a training session. We've worked to get some information out to you. This will be held at the first floor, 200 College Street, 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 4:30. We understand everybody has a busy schedule. We'll have name tags for you, rest assured, if you need to leave at any time or if you'd like to drop in at any time. We'll have parking available in the parking deck, and yep, that's pretty much it, and we'll see you there, and let us know, let me personally know, Civil or any of our staff, if there's anything we can do for you or any accommodation or if you have any questions. All right, thanks, Dave. Thank you.
Thanks. My next one today is Dr. Mullendorf. She's going to talk briefly about the Legionnaires' break.
Good evening. So we've heard a lot of questions from the community about the Legionnaires' disease outbreak, and we want to just take this opportunity to educate you as the commission, but also the public at large. So we have some slides. So just to give a brief overview of Legionnaires' disease, we're all not experts now. It's a form of lung infection and pneumonia that's caused by the Legionella bacteria. And most healthy people, when they're exposed to Legionella, are not going to become sick. But there are higher risk groups, such as people who are 50 and older, people who are chronic and former smokers, people who have chronic lung conditions, and those who have weakened immune systems, either from chronic medical conditions or because of certain medications they take. And the Legionella bacteria is found naturally in fresh water, and it is spread through aerosolized water droplets, so tiny water droplets. And it becomes a health concern when it grows and spreads in man-made water systems. And so commonly we think about things like cooling towers on buildings, or hot tubs, or decorative fountains. And so just to set the stage for the daily work that our communicable disease staff do in our health department and every local health department, every day we get reports in from local medical providers and laboratories reporting on communicable diseases and conditions that are mandated by law they report. And so in the state of North Carolina, there are 75 different communicable diseases and conditions that these providers and labs have to report to us. And for those reports, our communicable disease staff investigate each report. So they have to contact the affected individual, contact the medical providers, review medical records, review lab reports, ask many questions to determine, does this case of illness actually meet, is it confirmed, the diagnosis confirmed, and is there an ongoing source of exposure that puts other people at risk? And then they enter that information into an electronic system that is then sent to the state for their review and confirmation. And so the chart at the bottom just shows that every fiscal year the number of reported cases that are sent to us, and then through our investigation processes how many end up being confirmed. So that's the role of the local health department. The state Division of Public Health conducts statewide surveillance, so they're getting reports from all the counties and are able to see the bigger picture if something is going on in a region or statewide.
and they provide technical assistance and support when the event expands beyond a single county. And they're always available for consultation at any time. And so the timeline of this outbreak, again, specific to Buncombe County, on Friday the 20th of September, we received a report of a case of Legionnaire's disease from a local medical provider. Annually, we see anywhere from 5 to 7 cases of Legionnaire's disease, and so one case doesn't doesn't highlight or make us think that there could be an outbreak going on. But then a couple days later, on the afternoon of Sunday the 22nd, 3 additional suspected cases of Legionnaire's disease were reported to us by a medical provider. And so our communicable disease nurses began investigation, but due to the severity of the illness, they were unable to interview the individuals until the following morning, Monday the 23rd. And that morning, we also notified the Division of Public Health that we had a cluster of Legionnaire's disease in our community. And so as we were conducting interviews, the nurses were conducting interviews that day, the Division of Public Health contacted us back mid-morning to say, we're hearing that there might be a possible link to the Mountain State Fair. Can you ask those cases that have been reported to you if they attended the fair? And we were able to confirm that those cases reported to us had attended the fair, and we shared that back with the state. On Tuesday the 24th, that morning I sent an alert to local medical providers and telling them we're seeing an increase in Legionnaire's disease, so please be vigilant. Please, if you have patients who have these symptoms, please make sure you're considering Legionnaire's disease in your what we call differential diagnosis of illness. And then that day, the Division of Public Health issued what's called a case definition for an outbreak. So a case definition is how you know, does this person have, meet the qualifications to be counted as a case of this illness. And so there's a clinical picture, so what are the symptoms that they have? There's laboratory evidence that shows, yes, they have that infection. And then in the case of an outbreak, they have, they meet the time frame in which we're looking and a potential source of exposure. And so that is created by the state, sent out to all the local health departments for us to be able to determine if a case meets the, falls into the outbreak. And then that day is the day that the state released issued a press release stating that there was a multi-county outbreak of Legionnaire's disease associated or with a possible link to the fair. So throughout this time and for the rest of that week, we continued to get multiple cases in and conducting investigations. We were responding to many questions from the public and from the media and from medical providers who were asking for additional guidance and sharing information back to the state and back with medical providers. And we were coordinating with the North Carolina Division of Public Health, with the Department of Ag and the staff at the Western North Carolina Ag Center, and with the CDC who came on site. They were conducting an assessment of the site, environmental investigation, and also an epidemiological investigation. So they conducted a case control study to determine what was it about the people who got sick and attended the fair and the people who attended the fair and didn't get sick. What was the difference? What were the things that that increased the risk of Legionnaire's disease? And so on October 3rd is when the state, after surveying the population, determined that the individuals who got sick were more likely to have visited the Davis Event Center, were more likely to have attended the fair in the latter half of it happening, and were more likely to walk by or spend time at the hot tubs. And so this is what we call an epi curve. This is kind of hard to read, but what it basically shows is the box over to the left shows that was the time frame of the Mountain State Fair, and then the bars are the number of cases that had onset on these particular days following the fair. And so this is the type of epi curve you would expect from a single point of exposure. There was something that all these people were exposed to, and then we see this huge spike of illness following it, and a decrease in the cases after the incubation period, which is
the time from when you were exposed to an organism until you get sick. And so for Legionnaire's disease, we're looking at 2 weeks. And so you can see when 2 weeks after the fair ended, there have been no new cases of Legionnaire's disease reported. And so this is from the state's website. These are the characteristics of all the affected individuals. And this is as of yesterday. That's the last time they updated their website. So you can see that 69% of the confirmed cases were admitted to the hospital. As I said, Legionnaire's disease can cause a very severe pneumonia, and people can end up in the intensive care unit, where we're now up to 3 deaths as of today. And a majority of people, again, cases were Legionnaire's disease. There's a milder form of Legionella infection called Pontiac fever, and we did see some cases of those. So that's kind of an overview. If you have any specific questions, I can certainly answer them.
All right.
Just a specific question about sort of the risk side of this. The organism is out there in the world. Is this something a hot tub vendor should have been monitoring more actively, theoretically, in terms of their display, or?
I mean, there's guidance on the CDC website. So over the past a decade, there has been an increase in the country of reported cases of Legionnaire's disease. And so the CDC has put out guidance about maintenance of, usually we think about cooling towers, because that's where the big events have tended to happen, in hotels or conventions. But they have issued some recommendations for people who have equipment that could aerosolize water. So there is information out there for people.
All right, any other questions, commissioners? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Ms. Pinder, anything else? Under new business, the first item is the MacArthur Foundation Safety and Justice Grant and associated additional staff positions. And Rachel Nygaard will present this item.
Good evening. Rachel Nygaard, I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships for Buncombe County. This is an item that we had discussion about 2 weeks ago on October 1st during your pre-meeting. And this is a request for positions. It's a vote that we're putting before you. These are positions related to the Safety and Justice Challenge Grant, which has been awarded to Buncombe County through the MacArthur Foundation, the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, which was previously approved and allocated, added to the budget by this Board of Commissioners. This grant is implemented under the guidance of our local Justice Resource Advisory Council, which is made up of representatives across the criminal justice system and does system-level coordination. And the particular grant is focused on assessing drivers of the local jail population and implementing strategies to reduce the jail population. There are 7 strategies within this grant, which are outlined on this slide. We have 4 primary strategies, as well as 3 supporting strategies. The primary strategies are deflection at arrest and booking, diversion to behavioral health and substance abuse treatment, enhancing pretrial services, and implementing efficiencies in case processing. And all of these are undergirded by those supportive strategies, which include data utilization, community engagement, and addressing racial and ethnic disparities. I highlight these so that I can later point out how pretrial services connects. But before I do that, quick overview of what pretrial services is. This is a county program that is nested within the Strategic Partnerships Department, which is why I'm here representing this. Pretrial services has 2 primary functions. They conduct risk assessments for people who have been booked into the detention facility and share that information with the judicial officials to help inform their release decisions, so setting bonds, whether somebody can safely, whether they're likely to be able to safely wait in the community for the disposition of their case or need to be detained within the jail. The other thing that pretrial does is provide supervision, so monitoring the release conditions as ordered by the courts. We have 14 current positions within pretrial services. And this grant, here we go, creates an expansion, a new function for pretrial, which is to conduct those risk assessments I talked about a minute ago at a different phase, slightly earlier phase of the process. So conducting rather than after booking, when somebody's already in the jail or detention facility, moving that up, and conducting it on a 24/7 basis at the magistrate level prior to booking, not pre-booking. The intended outcome of this strategy is to reduce the number of people who enter the jail and stay for short periods of time. In order to provide that service on a 24/7 basis, it will take 6 physicians, 4 regular full-time positions, and then 2 part-time positions in order to be able to provide that continuity and have somebody there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The request is for these positions to be classified as pretrial screeners. These positions are fully funded by the grant, so 100% of the salary and benefits, any costs associated by the position is covered by the grant. In accordance with the grant-funded positions policy, which this board adopted in April, which addresses access, essentially, grant-funded positions, if fully funded by a grant, can be benefited. So these positions would be eligible for benefits, and they would be time limited for the life of the grant and abolished after the end of the grant. There's a link to their web. Excuse me?
Abolished after the grant ended.
Correct. I was thinking that I had a slide that showed the recommendation. It is listed on the request for board action sheet, which is essentially to approve the creation of these 6 positions for the purpose as described in the presentation.
Thank you, Rachel.
I just have a comment. I'm going to reiterate what was said. These are time limited, which means they go away. And I'm going to make a motion for approval.
For a second. All right, there's a motion and second. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Rachel. You should stay close, but I think you're on this one too. The county involvement in commitment of transportation agreement. And
Hold on one second. Can I go back online? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We're back, Jerry.
all right, great. All right, and I believe we've got Sheriff Miller here as well, and so thank you for being here, Sheriff. So go ahead.
Yes, Sheriff Miller is here with us, and supporting me in the presentation is Chief Edgar. So this is the second of the items that I'll be before you on this evening. There are 3 total. This also was covered with you 2 weeks ago in a pre-meeting. This is IVC, or Involuntary Commitment Transportation Agreement. So as we discussed previously, the reason that this item is before you is there's a new law in effect in North Carolina, which is listed at the top of the slide, State Bill 630, Session Law, which was passed in 2018, and it's pertaining to involuntary commitment, involuntary commitment more broadly, including laws related to transportation and evaluations for individuals who are identified as having a mental illness or substance use disorder that may be a danger to themselves or others. Previously, it was optional for communities to have a formal transportation agreement. With this law, it is now required. And essentially what that formal agreement will do is document the procedures that are in place for transportation once that individual is in custody. The requirements within the law state who shall participate in the creation of that agreement, which is including law enforcement, acute care hospitals, mental health providers, etc. I'm here at the podium presenting it because behavioral health functions within Buncombe County fall under the Strategic Partnerships Department. But the legwork here is done by the Office of the Sheriff and other law enforcement organizations, which is why I'll get out of the way in just a second, and let Chief Don Everhart talk with us about what Buncombe's agreement is going to look like. What we want to point out is that as our community came together and met, convened through the leadership of VIA, which is the LME MCO, the local managed care organization for mental health, substance abuse, and developmental disabilities. As we came together, we identified that the structure that we have in place currently, we did not wish to change. So as VIA produced an overall crisis plan, which will include the transportation plan once approved, which is required to be approved by the county government, the governing body of the county, and will essentially formalize and codify the existing practices. And the structure of that agreement is on your agenda as an additional document. It's an MOU, I believe. MOA, Memorandum of Understanding or Memorandum of Agreement.
Good evening, Don Everhart, Buncombe County Sheriff's Office, and thank you for the opportunity to present. Previously, state statute provided guidance on how local law enforcement would identify, take into custody, and transport mental health consumers that needed involuntary commitment process and medical treatment. So what we've done is we basically adopted that exact same format. A lot of it is based on jurisdictional boundaries. So if there's a consumer that lives in Black Mountain law enforcement will be responsible for the initial transport. If they live in the city of Asheville, city police would do so, and in Buncombe County, the sheriff's office would handle same. One of the unique factors of this is that Buncombe County Sheriff's Office is also responsible for doing transports across the state. So any IVC, regardless of what jurisdiction, takes it to the initial evaluation site, Mission Hospital or Biltmore 356. If they're going out of county, Buncombe County Sheriff's Office would be responsible for doing that transport. We have shared the draft with all of the agencies within Buncombe County. Everyone's had a chance to look at it, provide feedback. And again, we're pretty much staying in tune with what the state statute originally proposed. Okay.
So for next steps, I will remind about a timeline thing that we talked about before, which was the original requirement of the state when this law went into effect a year ago in October 2018, was that communities prepare this transportation agreement by January. That was missed by nearly every, I think, except one county at that time. The reason that it has come up is that this October is the deadline for completing the overall crisis agreement for the county. We've been in communication with VIA Health and with the Division of Mental Health at the state level, and they know that it's on the agenda this evening and it is on the agenda on Board of Commissioner agendas throughout Western North Carolina during the month of October. So it is in line with other communities who are our peers. What will happen next, if the board approves tonight the agreement, is that we will finalize with all of the signatures, the parties to the agreement, and then submit that fully executed agreement as part of the overall crisis plan and to the parties listed on the slide.
Great. Thanks. Any questions? Is there a motion to approve the memorandum of transportation agreement?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, next up is 20 AV Tech Joint Committee recommended projects, and Jennifer Barnett will present this item.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. So we actually have two budget amendments on your agenda this evening for new business. And so the first one is in reference to AV Tech, our AV Tech fund. So that is our Article 46 supported fund. The request is for a total of $2,440,000. At the August 29th, 2019 meeting between AB Tech and Buncombe County's Joint Capital Advisory Committee, the committee approved the recommendation of 3 projects to begin in fiscal year 2020. On October 7th, 2019, the AB Tech Board of Trustees approved the projects to be brought forward to Buncombe County Board of Commissioners. The projects that are included is a total of $1.9 million recommended for the Inca site, which includes $125,000 for a facilities assessment and master plan with the goal of attaining the designation of campus, resulting in additional funding from the state. $75,000 for first-year programmatic capital investments, and $1.7 million dedicated to new roofs for the Technology Commercialization Center. Also included in the $2.44 million is a recommended $40,000 to be available for emergency projects, and $500,000 to address the energy consumption via recommendations that were provided through an energy audit by Waste Reduction Partners in 2017. In reference to the budget amendment request itself, we are requesting that we budget expenditure dollars for the fiscal year 2020 Joint Committee recommended projects as outlined. There is sufficient revenues budgeted. What we are requesting is that the expenditure budgets of debt service and interfund transfer budgets be reduced. There were budgeted expenditure dollars available from prior years that are unspent that we would request to repurpose for the expenditure budgets for these recommended projects. So therefore, we wouldn't need to budget additional revenues. We're increasing the expenditures from those 2 areas to then budget the expenditures for these projects. So that's the request this evening. And I'll point out also that Dr. King and Dirk Wilmoth are here from AB Tech.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions, or is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
The board got the committee, the new committee, got the cart before the horse and was going to jump around the horse and go straight to us. But then it got deferred back to the trustees. And since that point, we looked at $500,000 for lighting. I've talked to Duke Energy, and I've talked to Dirk in the process. And Duke says they'll try to do what they can do to furnish lighting for the school. So there's $500,000 that they're just barking at. We, the county, right now responsible for the work at the college. We have we are contracted to a company that's doing 11 buildings that has done all the design work on them because Benoit's doing the work on these buildings. They seem to want to go in a different direction in this process. That's not the direction that was brought forward. We have a bill in Raleigh that's never been passed that was sent down there for 8 years. It's not went through in the process yet. And so we keep getting, they say, well, the bill don't need to be passed. But I guess we can take $1.5 million back out of the funds going to AB Tech and just move 1/4% sales tax back into it, because we took $1.5 million out of county money to try to offset, to try to help this. I didn't know they was going to jump into this as quick as they did. There was 2 votes against it, myself and Gene Bell. And because it don't, it's kind of like, so the building that we have at AB, it's at the Inca campus. It is a building that was given to us, but it's on land that's brownfield, and it can't be used, it can't be sold. So we're going to put $1,700,000 roof on bad buildings. That's kind of like putting lipstick on a pig. And, you know, I talked to Dirk the other day, he said, well, we're spending $20,000 a year, you know, patching the roof. What's an old building? And we're gonna spend that, you know, I'd rather spend 20, 30, 40,000 a year patching the roof than spending $1,700,000 on something that's never gonna be totally fixable, because the one area in it is where one of the machines was, and it's like a 3-story deal. And it's easy to say, let's just go ahead and take this money. But I don't know why we went through all the work to try to get it to work. What happened in the past with the past commissioners, not commissioners, but past staff, it's the county's money. When the vote came forward, the money belonged to the county. It still does. It's just something that was so supposedly promised, and period. I'm trying to keep up to the promise, but they're jumping in so quick to try to just spend it. You know, we're spending $25 million to fix the buildings over there now that are deteriorating over the years. $25 million. And at the end of that deal, we should have $19 million in funds, so that if they would like to have a new building, or in the middle of it, if they need a new building, that we could actually go borrow the money at a local bank. Buncombe County can, because the school can't borrow any money, and we can pay it off fairly quick without having a 30-year loan. So I'm back here in an area that I worked very hard for. I had 3 commissioners, and 3 from over at AV Tech back here. Greg Israel put this deal together, which he's not around any longer. And, you know, it's a shame, because he helped do Asheville High, got that done. He helped put this deal together with the contractors and all, to be able to make this college come back to life. Because he couldn't make the buildings come back to 5.0s, but he said, I think I can get them back to 3.5s. And that's, you know, we have the thing stating that right now, Buncombe Tech is not back full. That's not good. I want to see the school come back and thrive. That's what I want to see. It's not the money. It's I want to see the school come back and thrive. And I know you're standing there, and this is your job. And I know Dirk's job, and I know Dennis's job. But the fact is why do we want to do this today? I don't know. And, you know, $500,000 for lighting, well, that's just a guess. You know, there's 4 pieces of equipment that do fireball. The CNC machines, $250,000 worth, is still sitting in a basement over there. And that was done years ago whenever I went to Linamar to, you know, try to get some business for the school. But I appreciate this school. You know, I'm glad to be on the board. And it's like Gene Bell, Superman. You know, a lot of the people on the board now are all brand new, totally. We set a committee up at 2 and 2, and somebody, I ain't got a clue who it is, and it goes to AV Tech. But I've worked awful hard on it. You know, I'm going to have to vote no on this. That's just where I'm at.
Okay. Any other comments?
I'm going to be supporting it. I think it's time that the Inca campus, that people refer to it as a campus, AV Tech makes a commitment there. And yeah, that's my main objective for voting for it. I think it's time for those constituents that live in Inca to hear that there's a commitment made to that campus. So I'll be voting for the motion.
I'll be doing the same, and I'm honored to be serving along Commissioner Whitesides and members of the AV Tech community and Mr. Bobley for our community on this committee. I feel like the committee's work's gotten off to a fast start, which is appropriate to the task before us. I really look forward to this as one step in the process of rebuilding that relationship between the county and AV Tech, and just want to add that as a little additional context around reasons why I'm excited to vote for this evening.
I'm supporting it as well. As you all know, I work at AV Tech, and I see on a day-to-day basis the impact that these dollars can make and will make in terms of continuing to make AV Tech a wonderful place to attend college and to work. So I'm very pleased to support this tonight.
I tell you, I miss Mike Fryer being over there with his expertise. He has brought a lot to us over the years of what AV Tech and not there now. Inca campus is very important. That's mine and Joe's district, and we need it. But I tell you, I think it's right now the wrong time, and that's why I'm going to be voting against it.
I'll be voting for it because I disagree with my friend there. I think it is the right time. My family has been a neighbor of Buncombe Tech since 1968, when it was, 10 years old. And I've watched the college over, and part of the problem I see is we have is, one, we have not done a good job of preventative maintenance. That's what's put us where we are now. And I think the work we're doing now is we're starting that. And I think what's good, if we back up, we have the MOU, the county, between the county and Buncombe Tech. And if I remember right, we don't need a state law to do this, because as long as we have the MOU between both organizations, we can do it. And two, the majority of the trustees, only 2 voted against it out of what, 16, 17, I don't know how many you have on the trustees.
14 voters.
14, you know, the majority, unfortunately, the majority rules. I mean, fortunately, I'm sorry. And the other is we set up the committee, and we did. Now, I agree, it should have come from the Board of Trustees first. It didn't, but we sent it back to them to send it the way it should. So, I agree, I think, you know, we should do it, and I vote for it.
All right, thanks everyone. Yeah, I'll just add that I'm excited we have the joint committee. I think this, this provides a public forum to have good communication between AV Tech and the county, and we've got representatives from both bodies and the community there. So we've had the same model between the county and the city and county schools for our K-12 schools for several years now, and it's been a great model for making decisions about how to invest finite resources to take care of our public buildings. In this case, we're looking at fixing the roofs on buildings. It's probably one of the things that should always be at the top of the list. I mean, what if we had invested in Asheville High's roofs sooner? Think about how much money that could have saved. So, letting your roofs fall apart is about the worst thing that we can do for our public buildings if we want to take care of them long term. This is investments of $500,000 in energy efficiency projects, but projects that will pay themselves back very quickly. So every day that we go by not doing this, we're just wasting money that we don't have to, to keep the lights on. And this will free up money that can be invested into the operations of the college for our teachers and programming, rather than just literally paying way more than we need to keep the lights on. So these are just a bunch of great projects, and I'm excited they're moving ahead. I appreciate everyone's work to bring this specific recommendation forward, and so I'll support it as well.
Well, one more thing.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
We had a committee, right? Al was on it, Rob was on it, myself was on it, and then we had Dennis was there, and Dirk was there.
Mm-hmm. Were those public meetings that you held? Because you are, by state law, you are supposed to have public meetings if you form in a committee of this body. Was the public invited to those meetings?
There was some public in there.
No, they were not. And that is not even legal. So this is the right way to do it, having the joint committee that's approved in public and that does its business in public. That's the right way to make these decisions.
So with Dennis there, that was not legal?
It is not legal to form a subcommittee of this body and have private meetings. That is
Well, I
absolutely
know
correct.
one thing about AV Tech. Over there, if you call in, as a trustee, you can't vote on the function. You can here, but you can't over there. So you need to show up at committees
Is there a motion? Is there a motion? We do
yes,
have a
we
motion.
motion and
Is there a
a
motion?
second. Yep.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
All right, passes 5-0, thank you. And we've got one more regarding the Farmland Preservation State Award Fund.
Yes. So this is a regular special projects fund. Attached to the agenda are the award letters with for the associated farmland tracts. But we are requesting on behalf of Buncombe County Soil and Water Conservation to budget pass-through funding from the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services for the following projects in their listed amounts. Charles Brown Preservation for $268,950. Hart Curry Preservation, Hart Track, and Hart Curry Preservation Curry Track, totaling $263,305. And then the Aubrey Wells Preservation for $189,500. For all of these preservation tracts, Buncombe County, you all have already approved and budgeted the county match portions which are additionally listed in the information in the request for board action. So what we are requesting to do is to budget the expenditures and the revenues in this fund so that we can receive those dollars from the state and pass them back through to the landowner.
All right, thank you. Any questions, or is there a motion?
I'm looking for this.
Second?
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, new business, which was a presentation on proposed nonprofit funding guidelines. And Rachel Nygaard will get us started on this. And this is going to be an informational discussion only. We can consider this at our next meeting if we want to take action on it.
Hello again. I'm here this evening to talk about nonprofit funding in two parts. And I'll wait for the presentation to come up. The first part is to address a commissioner request to update the strategic partnership grants funding process. As you remember back in the spring, as we were moving through the funding allocation process for FY20, there was a fair amount of discussion. I believe we were in a pre-meeting setting downstairs in this building in the ground floor conference room, saying what we had come up with for how to move through the FY20 process, but for FY21, we wanted some recommendations for a revamped process. So this is a first look at that, some recommendations on that process. And following that meeting, Commissioner Edwards had reached out to staff and said that you were willing to bring some of your grant making and fundraising professional expertise into the process. And so we've consulted with Amanda throughout the recommendation development process, and she's going to assist me when we get to those recommendations. The second half of the conversation is related to the guidelines for funding of nonprofit agencies. This is resolution that's in place that addresses more broadly than just this one grant program, guidelines for funding nonprofit organizations. So for the first objective, the grant process, which is the strategic partnership grant process. These grants are annual grants to nonprofit organizations. Organizations apply to Buncombe County and open those applications in December, and they submit by February. The funding is approved by July 1 and runs July through June in alignment with our fiscal year. And we have those grants associated with either our strategic priorities or goals within the county's sustainability plan. This funding, as you know, is directly decided by commissioners. And once those grants are made, we administer those as performance contracts. Some things that are strong about the current state, what's working well, we do have a standardized application for. The performance contracts component of the process works very well. We have a way to transfer the grant application into a scope of work that organizations contract for, including individual measures, performance measures that they can be evaluated on. That monitoring of performance includes not just program, but also fiscal performance. And that performance reporting is included in an online dashboard that's published to the internet and shared to the Board of Commissioners. And connecting it within the Strategic Partnerships Department, where some of our county's other grant programs has been working well. There are some things that are that could be improved or are challenges about the process. There is fluctuation from year to year for how commissioners decide the grants. The rationale for the grant decisions is not standardized, so different commissioners utilize different rationale for their recommendations. We also don't tightly adhere to process, so we have an application deadline, but we accept late applications on an inconsistent basis. So that makes it tough for organizations to know if they're able to come in after deadline or not. Not all organizations that are funded through this grant process are nonprofit organizations, so we're using this as a mechanism to funnel funding to projects that Buncombe County wishes to provide grants to that may be associated with public organizations that are sort of mixed in with the grants to nonprofits. And finally, the last bullet listed here is something that the Board of Commissioners has discussed. Commissioner Belcher, I've been here over the years with you in that seat, and one of the items that has come up is how organizations can be overly dependent on county grants, and that could be how long a group has been funded or a project has been funded, or it could be how much of that group's funding comes from this grant source. Was there a question before I continue? Good.
What are examples of groups that are not nonprofits?
The two that one that I can think of off the top of my mind is the Historic Resources Commission, which is at the City of Asheville.
Right.
So we route funding to the city through this grant process. That's the one that comes to mind, and I feel like
there's also the Nature Center, which is kind of similar.
Yeah,
right? It's a
the
city.
Nature Center goes to the Friends of the Nature Center,
Okay,
which is a
Friends.
501c3.
Okay, got
I'd
it.
have to look at the list again, but I will.
All right, thanks.
So recommendations, I'm gonna stay here, but pass to Commissioner Edwards.
So before we jump into that, what we did before we developed the recommendations was we looked to the School of Government for guidance and best practices in terms of nonprofit funding via counties. We also dug really deep and looked at what other counties across North Carolina were doing that seemed to be working and followed the best practices there. So we brainstormed the recommendations based on all of the research that we did to bring forward to you all and the pros and cons of what those recommendations look like. So with that said, we have 8 recommendations that we're bringing forward tonight. And the first is adhering to the timeline. Applications open in December, they're due in February, and there will be no more acceptance of late applications. And that is very standard across granting organizations. Confirm previous year funding as grant budget. Number 3, will align grants to goals in our soon-to-be new strategic plan and take a look that those organizations are fitting within that strategic plan and helping us meet the goals that we set forward as commissioners. We will limit funding to nonprofit organizations that have been in existence for a minimum of 2 years. So no brand new organizations will receive funding. It gives us a little bit of time to ensure that they have the capacity to do the work that they say that they're going to do for us. We will limit grant funding to 3 years for a single project. That will start with the FY21 funding. So we'll have a new slate, everything will be wiped clean for the organizations who have been receiving funding. Funding will be limited to less than 30% of the overall organization's budget. Part of the reason for that is to look at the diversification of funding streams for the nonprofit organizations. That if they have that diversity, then it shows us that there's a lot of community support, other organizations, granting support, that shows that they're meeting their goals and moving forward that way. We will conduct a legal review to confirm that all projects meet the public purpose
that the county has authority to spend funds on. And then the final recommendation we have is to establish a grants committee. So we did consider several options, and here they are. We could maintain the current process where the 7 of us decide directly. We could have a subcommittee of commissioners making the decisions. We could also have a committee that includes county staff. And the fourth option is a committee of community volunteers and looking at some participatory budgeting, decision-making through that process. So what we would like to bring forward to you all this evening is the fourth recommendation to consider. We would establish a 9-member committee of community volunteers who will review the applications and recommend grant funding. Members will apply to and will be appointed by each of us for those terms, and we'll have 3-year staggered terms. Representation will include representation from our 4 strategic focus areas: environmental stewardship, educated and capable community, vibrant economy, and resident well-being. There will be very clear conflict of interest policies that members adhere to. So, for example, no current or recent board officer, so a chairperson, vice chair, anyone who has served on the executive committee of that organization or a nonprofit organization will not be eligible to be appointed by us for this committee. They can be a member of a board, but just not serving in a leadership capacity. Any questions so far?
I don't know what I just did.
Could I ask
Sorry,
a quick
okay.
clarifying question?
I got a few.
First of all, thank you all for the heavy lift of this work. Regarding the 8 recommendations, just a quick clarification, number 5 was no more than 3 years of funding for a single project. Does that mean also for a single organization or just a project within the organization?
I take that to mean project within the organization.
Thanks.
Did I misinterpret that, Rachel? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All of this is up for discussion, but
Yeah.
that's the way it's currently written.
So, thanks.
Sorry about what I did to the slides, but you were headed toward this one. Back to me?
Back to you.
Okay. So the committee would be responsible for creating a grant funding recommendation to this body, to the Board of Commissioners, for consideration as part of the annual budgeting process. That's consistent with how it works for other grant funds, such as the Early Childhood Fund or the Aging Funds. Those are county dollars that are allocated through committee but approved as grants by this board. A committee of this type would follow an open process, meaning all of their materials and all of their meetings accessible and open to the public. We reviewed pros and cons of the in-person presentation or interview for finalists and think that it does bring some value, and we continue to have that as part of the process. Committee reviewers would use a scoring process and score independently using an online grant software and a points-based scoring system, which is typical for some of those other grant processes that I mentioned a minute ago. The types of criteria, difficult to use. Here we go. The types of criteria that would be included in that scoring tool would include, for example, alignment to the commissioner goals, public purpose and community need, impact and cost effectiveness, project plan, demographics or who is being served by the project or the organization, the performance, outputs, outcomes, demonstrated success, either with previous county grant or with other funding sources in that project. The community partnerships and community collaboration would be taken into consideration, as well as the ability to leverage other funding. And a review of the overall financial health and sustainability of the grantee organization, as well as connection to any other potential county funding or contractual relationship would be something we evaluate. So before we have discussion about this half of the presentation, quick review of the timeline. We are on the far left we're not in the pre-meeting, we're in the regular meeting, but this is an informational presentation. provided that we leave here with some consensus about what could be brought back for a vote in in 3 weeks at your next meeting. That would occur on November 5th. We would prepare the application and open it up for organizations by December. Hold that grant writing workshop. Organizations would submit grant applications by February. Meanwhile, the grant committee would be applying and appointed. And grant review would occur between February and May, so that by the time we get to budget message, there's an opportunity to hear those grant recommendations and have them included as part of the vote to adopt the budget. So I'll pass it to the chair to facilitate discussion.
All right, thanks. Again, not voting on this evening, but just kind of get the ideas on the table. So any other questions from commissioners?
I've got just a couple comments. Congratulations on giving me enough information to make my head explode tonight. That was a lot of change. Overall, I kind of think I like it. Okay. The only thing I don't see that has been a problem for me over the several years in this process is, and I would want to see it personally, I would want to see a clear, I don't know how you would work it. I mean, it can be done. I would like a clear position on equity of funding in all districts. Okay, because the need is great and the need is throughout Buncombe County. That's been tough, you know. And I don't know that you could ever have, we have 3 districts. I don't know that you could ever have a third, you know, but just an equity in that funding. You know, some people apply, some people don't, some people, you know, I don't know if we get the information out to all the 4 corners, you know, as well as we probably could.
Commissioner, can I ask a question on that equity?
Yeah.
Is it equity in funding to the organization or equity in servings? To make sure that our population that we're served is equitably distributed across the county and not in one area over the other?
So it's I think the latter. If we're going to spend $3 million, just $1 million in each district. Now I know I'm being silly, and that's not going to happen, you know, exactly that way. But it shouldn't be, you know, 2.5 in one area and, you know, and 250 here, 250. I mean, we just need to be really careful. And I think we probably should look at very carefully some of the ones. I don't want to pull the rug out from under a good organization, and I think you've got some safety nets in there for that. And I love taking it out of the hands of the commissioners the way that we've been doing it, because some of us would be familiar with some of them, and some of us, you know, wouldn't be familiar. Now, when I say that, you know, we still have to support it, and we still have to vote on it. I mean, it doesn't need to disappear somewhere where we can't see it. We still need to be part of the decision. But I don't know. I mean, some of it I like, some of it's, but, you know, I applaud you for taking a shot at bringing us something back.
For me, a huge piece of moving forward on this was after we had several applicants speak to us about them not understanding or the process for application and feeling like they had to come speak to us to really advocate for funding for themselves. It didn't feel that it was very equitable in terms of those organizations. So I wanted to work with Rachel and the staff to really create a very transparent, open, equitable for every organization in Buncombe County to have the opportunity to apply for funds. I do agree, Commissioner Belcher, I think we have an opportunity to reach other organizations that may not typically apply for county grant funding. So maybe a little bit of opportunity to advertise and do a little more relationship building with those organizations to encourage them to apply for funding versus just
the largest nonprofits in our community. So I think we have some opportunity.
Yeah, and you know, we've been funding some community centers out of this also. I mean, I don't want community centers to feel like that they're being left out of this process. And so, I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, they have to have an opportunity to be able to request funding. You know, just as an example. And do they fit? Do they have to come up with a new project every year to be able to ask for money? I mean, we don't want them doing that. We want everybody out there having to come up, you know. And so anyway, I have some concerns, but like I said, man, I am glad y'all took a shot at it, because the one slide that had all the 8, had like 8 issues. I was like, check, check, check. And that was, that's pretty bold for us to say that. You know, that the process is flawed.
I want to thank you, because I've not liked this process, and not since I've been on the board, and I had to jump through hoops before coming on the board with this process, and I always felt that it was just too darn political, and whoever would holler the loudest or whatever would get it, and it was not necessarily, a lot of organizations were lost in the shuffle, I felt, and even after being on here, not liked it. The other thing I feel, if we follow our strategic priorities, hopefully that will do some of your concerns, Joe, because we should be giving the organizations who are making a difference, not on, you know, in the whole county, just not in one area, whatever. I think that's going to be critical too. And if we tie it in with our priorities, that's for the whole county, not just for one district. You know, we can hopefully get the biggest bang for our buck doing it that way. But we need to discuss that, I agree. But overall, I could vote on it tonight. I like what I see. I mean, we're making headway, and it's transparent. We're including the community in it. And I had some concerns about that before we went to pre-K. We started that committee, and if that's any indication of what we'll have, it's going to work fine. Because we have people around the table who all of them are in the child care business. But I've been pleasantly surprised that everybody is open and, you know, handle all of the requests we've had in a professional way and in a fair way. But I like what I see. Thank you both for the job well done.
I'm going to say one other thing, then I'm going to hush and let my other commissioners talk. I do have a concern about the committee. You know, I was voted to represent the entire county as well as my district and bring information to the commission that you may not have, that I'm familiar with because my constituents talk to me, my constituents come and see me. And I want to make sure that the committee does not take that away, and that somehow that, you know, we're still part of that process, and it's not politics, it's representation. Because there are some things, you know, some people that will bring an issue to Brownie, and there's some people that will bring a need to me, and sometimes they bring it to both. And I just want to make sure that if we improve the policy and we tighten up on the requirements and we hold people accountable to their deadlines, I'm all for all that. I just want to make sure that the entire county is represented in the funding.
Any other questions or feedback at this point?
There's a second half of the presentation.
Oh, there's more?
Sorry. In order to implement these changes, we have a companion resolution which would need to be adopted by the Board of Commissioners.
We're not doing that tonight.
You're not doing it tonight. This is to let you know what's coming. So I'll do it.
Can we do that later?
Just what's suspicion?
What's your guidance?
Yeah, keep going, keep going.
I just pressed forward a bunch of times. All right, so we have a resolution on the books. Its number is up on the top of the screen. This should be in your packet for the next meeting. The resolution was originally established in 2008. It was amended in 2013. It establishes guidelines for the funding of nonprofit organizations and institutes some structure for how that works. Similar to the grant funding process, there are some things about this resolution that work well, that are strengths that we would want to keep and build on, particularly the emphasis on accountability. So this is the financial accountability, as well as the program performance accountability and the transparency. There are, like the grant process, some areas where it could be improved. For example, it is unclear which of the county's multiple grant programs this provides guidance on. So we have, for example, strategic partnership grants. That's the grant process we just talked about. There's also affordable housing grants, which are administered through our planning department. We have community recreation grants through the recreation department. Isaac Coleman and Tipping Point grants, early childhood funding. Buncombe County has a portfolio of grants, and the resolution isn't clear as currently written. As such, the funding eligibility criteria is difficult to apply. Does a capital requirement within this resolution apply to capital investments in affordable housing to nonprofit organizations or only in strategic partnerships, for example? And we don't have consistent practices across the organization. We would like to look to a resolution to provide that guidance for our departments for our contracting with the grants. So we want to bring back for you a resolution that acknowledges the multiple grant programs that provide public funds to nonprofit organizations and then establish criteria that will apply to all, regardless of which one. What it would do is require that every grant process have a published, well-defined, accountable process for its grant awards. So each grant program would have guidance on who's eligible, what type of program, how to apply, how the grant decisions are awarded, etc. And we would bring in consistent practice across the organization that mechanism of the performance contract following a grant award, because that has been successful for us where we've used it so far. The main change related to financials, our current guidance is difficult to apply as written because it says every nonprofit should have an audit. Full audits are prohibitive for some organizations because of the cost and the time, the resources needed. It is common across grant making to have a tiered structure, so we would still collect IRS tax filings or the Form 990s from these nonprofits. But then, according to the size of their organization, we could collect an audit, or review, or a compilation, with a process for them to request a waiver to use another third-party provided document if those are not available. So a smaller organization, a community center, or somebody with very small revenues that doesn't have one of the requested items might apply and provide bank statements and profit and loss statements or other statements of their financials for our review as part of the process. And so that is a change that would come to you on November 5th, in 3 weeks, according to this timeline, on the same evening as the strategic partnership grant recommendation.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
Only about 10 more slides.
Okay. So just a question. So the recommendation here is that this would apply to, well, you're talking about some guidelines that would be applied sort of across all grant making, platforms, but in terms of this committee of 9 people, they would be only advising on what we currently call our strategic grants, not
Correct.
these other sources of community funding that we also
Because
have.
all of these other grant programs already have a body, a committee and a process for deciding those awards.
Other questions?
Just going back for a sec, as y'all kind of do another pass maybe, I would be interested in thoughts on, maybe two categories of applicants. One are applicants that apply for both strategic partnership grants and receive HHS grants from the county. And I feel like those have, in years past, been handled in different ways. So think about that. And then the other would be, I think Commissioner Belcher, I also thought right away about community centers. Maybe thinking about, are there other grantees that it would be very typical to think of a kind of consistent line of public funding as a central source of support for their work, if that makes sense? Like in other communities, museums, for instance, receive kind of annualized funding publicly. So just thinking about, is there sort of a subcategory of entities like that for whom the project guidelines may or may not be quite as aligned?
Well, yeah.
And the answer might be no, but just, you might already thought that through, but those are the categories I'm thinking of.
To the first point, we'll take all of these into consideration and reflect. Health and Human Services does not currently have and operate any grant programs where they're granting county dollars.
I meant contracts, I'm sorry.
They do have purchase of service contracts, and we would definitely want to take into account if an organization is already contracted through a purchase of service, how that connects to.
Yeah, that was what I was trying to.
Those are different words, right? Those are grants, right? I mean, those are funds to nonprofit organizations, and they do things, for it. I mean, so I know I get the distinction, but they're grants too, right? And there's a contract that goes with them, so.
It's a conversation that we've had a lot over the years because they are so related. We see them as different, where a contract is initiated by the county wanting a service and procuring that service versus a grant, which is sort of developed at the community level and looking for funding from the county, but they've become nuanced, and they have in the past for us to a great extent. We want to be a lot more clear with that in the future.
But the reality is a lot of things have been funded, almost all good, right, through HHS for community projects that we're not legally required to do. They were seen as good ideas that, like, it'd be great to see them happen. So, I mean, I have always felt like what gets funded under strategic priorities and what gets funded in some cases through HHS, the distinctions don't seem so obvious all the time. So I think that is part of the conversation of just kind of, if we have X amount of money to fund things that we don't have to do, but we want to do, how do we think through all of that? So, yeah.
I think the other thing too, in business, the definition of it, there's a definition of an employee in a contract, right? And if the county is your only source of money, you're an employee of the county. You're not a contractor, right?
Yeah. Some other tests.
Yeah, there's some other terms. But anyhow, we're having that conversation, so it's kind of cool.
So we will take this back and take into consideration your thoughts and feedback. Feel free to reach out if you have other thoughts.
Just one last observation here. I do think that, I'm open to this. I think there's just pros and cons to all these different ways of doing it. This is very time consuming on us for what is, at the end of the day, a fairly modest percentage of the budget. But I don't think there's all downside for having some of these decisions made from an elected body. You say it's a political body, it also means it's an elected by the people body of the community. And as Joe said, a lot of people, I think we hear a lot of stuff that just when you're in this job, you hear stuff that just, not everyone else walking around town gets the benefit of. So I see trade-offs, but I think there has been, we've always been dissatisfied with the way we do it. Yeah. Whether we might be equally unsatisfied with a different way, I guess we'll see as we kind of look at doing it differently. But I think it's a good discussion. So thanks to appreciate everyone's work on kind of bringing some ideas forward ahead of the budget cycle to kind of think through how we want to try it next time. Okay. All right. That concludes all of our regular board appointments this meeting. We move to public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to talk to the board? Mr. Young.
I've heard transparency till I'm about ready to puke. Because I don't see transparency, folks. I see a presentation just made that you say you already have in your package that wasn't put on the internet. That's the second time we've had that crap happen. Second time from the public, okay? So I think something is bad and wrong here in your little details. You don't want to hear what I gotta say, Brownie, I know it, and I don't really care. Because I'm gonna say it till you shut me up, because you took 4 issues tonight and voted on them and asked for no public input. Yet, you choose somebody out wanting transparency? You know what I say to that? Bull. This is public comment. And I can say what I feel like saying, unless we are a communistic country. Now, your county manager made a great comment tonight on this deal about evaluating nonprofits. One of the best things I heard her say, it's the service that gets distributed to equal areas of the county that you're after, Joe. It's the service. And if your nonprofit can't tell you where they're going to provide their service, you don't need to be funding them. And, you know, common sense is just gone. I don't hear it 90% of the time here. I mean, y'all can stretch out something, you know, how to pull a rubber band and probably talk about it for 5 hours. And then tell why you're going to vote the way you're going to vote. But, you know, it's so simple on nonprofits. And I did this years ago, and when I say it, you sure as heck ain't going to do it. Anybody that wants my money and the taxpayers' money should have to open their books. Period. Not just what little thing they're funding, because they can hide something over here and hide something over here and give that to somebody else, and it can go over here in this line. And guess what? That's what accounting is, hiding the money. An audit doesn't prove anything. Look how long the county was audited, and what did we find out? None of your audits is worth a crap. So auditing doesn't prove anything, not at all. So, but did I hear somebody on this commission up here say I work with ABTech? And they voted to give them more money? I don't know if I heard that or not. I just kind of confused on that.
Thanks. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for this opportunity. Suzette Grindstaff on behalf of Asheville Right for Kids and the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation. 13 children each day are diagnosed with a brain tumor. 13 lives will be changed forever. Brain tumors are the deadliest childhood cancer and the deadliest disease facing our children in the United States. You can make a difference in these children's lives. You can change these statistics. I'm here to talk about the Asheville Ride for Kids benefiting the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation. Asheville Ride for Kids is an event that does 2 things. It raises funds for the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation, and it's a program that helps families that have kids with brain tumors. Let me explain both. The Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation funds through fundraising, life-saving research, healing ways to find better treatments, and ultimately a cure. The Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation has, through fundraising, supplied family support programs like emergency financial aid, family camps, peer-to-peer counseling, and event programs like the Asheville Ride for Kids. I've seen how therapeutic it can be for a kid and their family to attend one of these events. Which brings me to the Asheville Ride for Kids. We need, the kids need help changing those statistics I said earlier. And the way we can do that, besides donating and fundraising, is to volunteer in planning these events. We have a kickoff rally where you can come and learn more about how you can be a part of these life-changing events and how you can make a difference in these kids' lives. So I invite you to come out and join us on November 2nd. And I have a flyer with more information on how you can change these children's lives.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. If you'd like to leave that with our clerk, you're welcome to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for what you're doing. All right, anybody else? Jerry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Have you ever seen or heard or felt in your family when a child was taken from your family or your loved one to DSS custody or some means of government intervening? You ever had that feeling, that gut-wrenching feeling that just kind of tore you apart? You need to think about it. The world was shocked that 2,000 children, immigrants, were separated from their parents in a span of 2 months. But they're ignoring the fact that 2,000 American children are taken from their families every 3 days. Those are not my statistics, those are real. Those are for parentalrights.org. This is real. You saw how the Democrat Party smeared Mr. Trump, President Trump. How they smeared him for doing the 2,000 kids of the immigrants. And they plastered him, made him look like he'd done the unpardonable sin. Now I want you commissioners to think about it. Who is profiting from this? It was a political move, just like we've seen tonight. There's political moves going on that's not good. We need to be fastened on the truth and what we can do to change to help people. Who profits from taking of these children? Hospitals, doctors, counselors, courts, lawyers, judges, and politicians. We should be concerned about the human trafficking of our children. 1,600 a year in Buncombe County for 20 years. What does that say to you about your job as a commissioner and your responsibility to make sure human trafficking is stopped? We're talking about some sobering things here. What you heard tonight on the Justice Center, I told you that was going to happen, just like they told you, how the numbers were going to go up considerably. Now, look at the numbers of DSS compared to the numbers that you heard from them. They're not telling all the numbers. They're telling you what they're taking in. There's nobody going to argue about the numbers I'm giving you on the 1,600 because I've got the facts and I can back it up. So you need to be thinking the state is doing, they're screwing you. The state is. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I have a couple of quick announcements. On October 24th at 1 p.m., the UNC School of Government Quasi-Judicial Training will be held at 200 College Street, first floor conference room in downtown Asheville. November 5th at 3 p.m., the commissioners will hold their pre-meeting at 200 College Street, room 326 in downtown Asheville. And on November 5th at 5 p.m., the commissioners will hold their regularly scheduled meeting at 200 College Street, room 326 in downtown Asheville. And
I have something to say.
Go ahead.
I just got condemned a minute ago for having something in the back room that was supposedly illegal. I got a whole folder full of stuff with you and Jeremiah, which you're not supposed to be telling staff what to do, and that's illegal. So I guess we're playing the same game. But you know, he didn't know anything about solar panels. Now he does, because of you. That's what you do for a living. You know, I talked to Wells and them. That's what you do for a living. He worked in one of the departments up on the 4th floor. He didn't have a clue. But here I've got all this information, and I do mark out stuff pretty good. And this is you. I want to meet you, you know, I need to meet with you. I'm on vacation, but it's going to happen when I get back. You need to talk to Julie Mayfield. She can tell you how to get grants. It's all here. So we're not supposed to instruct staff on what to do.
I don't, but you sure do.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. You know, I do absolutely stand by what I said earlier. If we form a committee of this commission, a couple of things need to happen. First, it needs to be voted on by this commission. That never happened. And then it must be held in public. And it is a violation of the state's public meeting laws to not do that. So I absolutely stand by that. And I've made it no secret that I'm an advocate for clean renewable energy, and
That's why you make
I
a
live in
living.
that, and I'll support that as long as I'm here. So
That's why you make a living. Okay? You go out of the room when Jeremiah speaks, but you guys are pretty well, Brandon.
Okay, all right. Yes,
Can
ma'am.
I make an announcement
Sure.
real quickly?
Yeah.
Tonight at the Board of Elections, Trina Velez, our elections director, tendered her resignation and retirement. She actually got stolen by the state, so she's gonna go to the state of elections. You know they were going through a change. So she was stolen from us to go work for the state office. So she'll be here through the November elections, but shortly after that, she'll be moving on to the state.
Thank you for letting us know. One last announcement before we go. I would like to say how surprised and disappointed I was to hear yesterday that Jennifer Bowman with the Asheville Citizen-Times is going to be leaving Western North Carolina in a couple of weeks. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the work that Jennifer has done over the last couple of years, faithfully covering the issues of Buncombe County. You know, in this role, there might have been a couple of occasions when I didn't agree with every way that a particular article might get framed. But Jennifer, you've done a great job covering the county during a really important time. And so I just wanted to say thank you for what you've done, and best wishes. I know you still live in San Diego and are going back there, so best wishes and everything going forward for you and your family. All right. With that, we are adjourned.